for various children, either at the dining table of their homes or using their parents' workstation to take part in this online learning. Now, many times we're going to focus on just the online learning and then forget that there are other things that are important. For example, the learning environment. Is the seat and chair that you have set up for your child to learn safe for their posture? Is it safe for their bodies? Because if a little child is using an adult furniture, and because it is not the size of the child gets uncomfortable, begins to twist and turn or assume a wrong posture, and the child is going to be there for hours studying. At some point, there's going to be problems because the child is going to have some bodily discomfort. And if the child maintains that position for hours, weeks, and months, it's a problem. We do not want something else to happen just because you are learning at home. The next one is for their eyes. We do not want also for children's eyes to get strained, and then they also come away with other illnesses just because they are using mobile phones or using laptops. So you must consider the visibility of the learning environment. Is the light too bright? Is it hitting against the screen? Is it reflecting back on their eyes? You must consider that. Another thing that is very important to the learning environment, aside the seat and aside visibility, is the arrangement of tasks. So, for example, if a child needs to use something for learning, is it all arranged around the child, or is it when the child needs it, the child has to twist and turn and overreach and all those sort of stuff? So you must make sure that that environment for learning is safe. The child is using the right posture. And then once you have done that, you must now make sure that your child is not exposed to online risk. There are 3 risks children could be exposed to when they're studying online. The first is contact risk, where all sorts of miscreants might be trying to get in touch with them, either for spamming or for sexting, and just divert their attention, right? Then there is conduct risk. So sometimes children might experience cyberbullying because, again, we're throwing them into a world that some of them were not even prepared for. And this is why I always advocate that we must teach children ahead before something comes up, so that when they find themselves in that situation, they are better equipped to act. And then the third risk is content risk. Because, again, these children are online and some parents may not necessarily know about putting parental controls on their devices. Sure. They might find themselves on sites they are not supposed to be at. So they might get exposed to traumatizing content or content that is not age appropriate. So these are the things that parents must consider before giving their children online tools to learn, and say, okay, these are the risks you might encounter, but this is how to avoid it. This is how to stay protected. So once you are setting up the learning environment, you have put systems in place to ensure that the content, conduct, and contact of people is not affecting your children, then you'll be great.
Right, Ugochi, safety expert, thank you so very much for practically explaining the ways to go about it, even as we continue to sustain the pandemic. Do keep safe yourself out there as well.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
All right, and still on education matters, the Joint Administration and Matriculation Board JAMB has delisted about 22 computer-based testing centers for illegally registering 11,822 candidates for the recent JAMB examinations. The registrar of JAMB, Ishak Oloyede, while engaging with the directors of the computer-based testing centers in Abuja, says the 22 delisted have been penciled down for deregistration from the examination body and subsequently handed over to security agencies for defrauding their candidates. He said the total sum made from the illegal activity is about 59 million naira.
22 of you. You have collected 59 million from the candidates. This is what these people have done. And that's why we have also invited security agencies to be here, so that you can be witnesses to what, by the time we write, of course, we expect security agencies to do their business, their own part of it, by pursuing them and making them account for what they have done. Because they have defrauded innocent and not so innocent, because the candidates were also looking for cutting corners with them. We will just urge the candidates to note that there is no, particularly parents, because in all these cases, most of the people who will put their candidates in this problem, their awards in this problem, are parents who are ready to pay, to spend part of their illicit money to get anything at all cost. And I think this is wrong. This is bad.
Away from that, there was a helicopter crash on Friday in Lagos, which left some people dead. Plus TV Africa's correspondent Mary Chinda reports that a privately operated helicopter crashed at a residence in Ikeja in Lagos.
Number 16 Salvation Road, Webi Ikeja. The remains of the ill-fated helicopter, which at exactly 12:17 p.m. crashed into the residence of this 73-year-old Yemisi Oluwole.
I was not in. All of us had just gone out, nobody in the house. And where we went, they just called us. We just reached there when they said, in fact, we would have come home straight and met the thing.
Men of the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, and the Nigerian police make frantic efforts to rescue the 3 passengers on board of the aircraft. However, 2 die, with only 1 survivor rushed to the intensive care unit of the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital.
We recovered 2 bodies, and if you look at the impact, it was due to the impact effect on these people, and their bodies were deposited in the mortuary.
Type is Bell 206B, and time of notification, we got information about 12:50. We got here a bit late anyway, and then it is the owner is Quadrum Aviation. Quadrum Aviation. That's all we know for now.
Gradually, the remains of the helicopter is evacuated from the scene, the brain box recovered and is taken away for further investigations.
A few minutes to the crash, before we received something, we contacted the tarmac. They confirmed that they lost control. They lost contact with the pilot. Barely a few minutes later, we were able to. So the black box will reveal the details of the communication and the nature of causes.
And here again, Yemisi Oluwole, the elderly woman who owns the house, is still in visible shock after the incident.
Knows they there. And so the whole wall here is already broken. Some roof broken, cars crushed, and so many damages, but that is not us, since we ourselves are not damaged.
And other eyewitnesses recount the helicopter crash.
I could view the helicopter coming from a distance. So the pilot tried his best, but at the spot he was unable to control it further. Then the thing stopped and it fell down.
As evacuation intensifies, the government assures Lagosians of their safety despite the crash.
We appeal to the people of Lagos State to remain calm, cool, and collected.
And it's 4 hours after the helicopter crash right here at this residence. Things are beginning to pick up and return to normal on this Salvation Road. But as the hours tick into the night, the common emotion here for residents is that of fear. From the helicopter crash scene right here in Lagos, Nigeria, Mary Chinda reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Mary, thank you for that earlier report. And still on that matter, the Accident Investigation Bureau on Friday confirmed the death of a 3rd person from the helicopter crash in Lagos. The Lagos State Emergency Agency had earlier confirmed that 2 persons died in the accident. LASEMA Chief Femi Osayintolu said the 3rd victim had been rushed to the Lagos State Teaching Hospital for treatment. A spokesperson for the AIB, Tunji Oketumbi, confirmed that the victim didn't recover from injuries sustained and died later on Friday. All 3 victims were on board the helicopter before it crashed. No one on ground was hurt, according to LASEMA officials. The helicopter, a Bell 206 with registration number 5NBQW, belonged to Quorum Aviation. It was traveling in from Port Harcourt, the River State capital, with 2 crew members and a passenger before it crashed into a residential building in the Okpebi area of Lagos on Friday. Joining us now via Zoom is Tunji Oketumbi, who is the General Manager, Public Affairs Accident Investigation Bureau. Good to have you, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Thank you for being with us this morning. Quite an unfortunate incident yesterday Apart from the black bus being found, what other information is available? What more do you know?
Right now, investigation is still ongoing. When we have preliminary reports, we have factual information about the occurrence. Just like you said, we lost the person yesterday. So in all, we have 3 fatalities in that occurrence. Our investigators will be looking into all the materials needed for understanding the background of that occurrence. They will be looking at the maintenance logs, to know the maintenance history of that aircraft, looking at the background of the pilots and their currency, their competency, and all that will be examined. The safety culture of that company will also be taken into consideration and will be looked into. And so right now, I also like to say that that equipment was not equipped with it's not equipped with what we call black box flight recorders. So we will be examining. The wreckage has been transferred to our office, courtesy of LASEMA, and we will further look at those parts, the components, for us to be able to have an idea of what happened, how it happened, and why it happened.
I'm just wondering, with what you said, do we have an idea when we should expect the preliminary investigation report from your end to be out? Any idea?
Well, preliminary investigation will come out very soon, probably in a month or so. We should be able to have preliminary, the investigation is the final report will take more time. Will take more time depending on what we encounter during the investigation. So it's for now, it's very difficult for me to put a finger on when the final report will be out. But going by the culture of AIB right now, I see it coming out in probably 6 months.
In 6 months?
But depending on what we encounter, and if it's not, the global rate is actually 18 months.
Okay.
But we hope to deliver within a year. So if there is no complex issue that requires more time, we should be able to come up with that, with the final report within a year.
All right. I mean, looking at it holistically or generally, we'll say that there have been scarce air crashes of late in Nigeria. I mean, great job that you are doing. However, how do we achieve zero or very low number of crashes? I mean, maybe is it even possible to achieve 0 crashes?
Yeah, just shortly before that crash, Nigeria enjoyed the rating as one of the safest country in the world in terms of air transportation. Because for the past 5 years, we have not had any fatality from air transportation for about 5 years now. And that is impressive. I mean, going by global rate of accidents and things like that. But unfortunately, we had this, and that means we still have to continue, to improve on what we have been doing. What we have been doing to get us to that point where we had no fatality for about 5 years. We still continue to do it. However, let me say that there's no environment where you have zero accident, but that's what we aspire, which we aspire. We want to have a situation where there's no accident at all. However, all of that will happen once in a while, maybe outside the control of the agencies responsible for ensuring safety and all other people that are associated with that. However, we will continue to ensure that we have a zero accident. Both the regulatory body, the investigation body, and the airlines and all other people that are associated with flight operations work day and night to ensure that there is no accident. However, it's unfortunate we have had a destruction and a dent on that record.
I mean, yeah, and if we stay on helicopter crashes a bit more, I'm just wondering, what are the recommendations on scrutinizing pilots who, fly these choppers? Are there measures, and what would be the recommendations?
Well, I know that after investigating an accident like this, or any serious incident, we normally come up with safety recommendations. Safety recommendations normally come after an investigation. When the report is out, it will normally come with safety recommendations to the regulatory body to address to the airline, particular airline, and generally whether, to all other airlines too. So, or to the manufacturer of the aircraft. So that's why we don't know exactly what happened right now. So we cannot blame the pilot for now, and in any case, our investigation is not to apportion blame. It is to identify the circumstances leading to an occurrence and then make the recommendations that can prevent future recurrence of similar events. But I can tell you, pilots are being put under serious oversight by the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority. However, we may not know what has happened for now, but we definitely know what has happened. And if there are lapses here and there, our responsibility as an investigation body is to make safety accidents happen when there is a link, when there is a break in the chain. So
I'm sorry,
my job is to identify that break and then make recommendations as to the purpose of our investigation actually to improve aviation safety. So I'm sure we'll come up with that at the end of the day.
All right. Thank you so very much, Tunji, for your time and for your contributions. And thank you for the good work you're doing, and keep safe out there as well. President Muhammadu Buhari on Friday commiserated with friends and relatives of victims of the helicopter crash in the Okpebi area of Lagos State. In a two-paragraph statement by his special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, the president prayed to God to console the bereaved and heal the injured. He said while the nation awaits the reports of investigations into the accident by aviation regulatory agencies, he prayed God grant peace to the souls of the dead and speedy recovery for the injured. And the breakfast continues shortly after this break. Stay with us.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all.
We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria
I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
He said I can't give me a job, that I'm too short, then I should go, but he did pay me, so that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself, don't give up on God, especially if you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
You're still watching The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Former Minister of Aviation Femi Fani-Kayode has rendered an apology to a journalist for the verbal harassment he meted out during a recent press conference in Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Fani-Kayode also apologized to the Nigerian Union of Journalists, family members, friends and colleagues of the Daily Trust reporter. Speaking on Friday during a press conference at the Government House in Uyo, the ex-minister said he disappointed himself and everyone, noting that his reaction was undefendable.
Nobody funds me for anything. As a leader, you make sacrifices. As a leader, you spend your own resources. And that's what I've always done since I've been in this game for the last, since 1990, I've been in politics. Just as my father was before me, just as my grandfather was before me. And we make sacrifices. Nobody funds me. And let me tell you why it's important, or bankrolls me. Let me tell you why it's important that that doesn't happen. The minute you're being funded or bankrolled by anybody, you cannot speak your mind. Of course I have regrets. It was not my finest day. It was not my finest performance. And I lost control. I was annoyed. And I allowed my anger to becloud my better judgment. And I did it in a way that, at that point, I really didn't care who was listening. If you remember, I said, look, let the cameras be rolling, I just don't care. Nobody, no leader should get to that point. And it was, I disappointed myself, my family, I disappointed my friends, my leaders, those that brought me into, or really trained me and brought me into the public limelight and into public office, like President Obasanjo and so many others who I revere. I disappointed myself, so I deeply regret it. Nobody at any time should react in such a way.
All right, as the world marks the International Day of the Disappeared, nearly 44,000 people across Africa are registered as missing with the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC, at a time when restrictions put in place to curb COVID-19 create new challenges in searching for missing people. 45% of the cases were children at the time they went missing. Nigeria, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Somalia, Libya, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and Cameroon may make up to 82% of the ICRC's missing caseload in Africa. The highest among them is Nigeria, which is at nearly 23,000 people. And it is the largest ICRC's largest caseload of missing people in the continent, driven almost entirely by the conflict in the northeast of the country. All 7 countries have seen a rise in the number of people registered with the ICRC as missing in the first half of 2020. Joining us now is Aliyu Dawobe, Public Relations Officer with the International Committee of the Red Cross, to make sense of this figure and data. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Good morning.
Good morning. Now, 20,000 people alone missing in the northeast of Nigeria. This is very high. Which states account for the highest, and are missing persons in conflict areas ever found or reunited with their families?
Thank you very much for this question. If you talk about missing people in Nigeria, 90% of the people missing are from the northeast of Nigeria. Northeast for us means places where the armed conflict is going on for more than 10 years now. So 90% of the people that are missing, that we are talking about 23,000 people missing, is coming from this area. So the conflict has been lingering for a long period, and it's, if you can see, it's surrounding the Lake Chad region, where about four countries are connected together. So it's easy for people to jump over to one country, and then for the other family members to jump over to the other country. So perhaps this is one of the reasons why we had a lot of missing cases in the northeast of Nigeria. The remaining 10% is in other situations of violence in the north central states and other parts of Nigeria, but principally is in the northeast of Nigeria.
Ali, this is not good news at all, if you put it in that way. Women and children account for the highest of these numbers. Let's talk a bit more also about missing children who, apart from conflicts, children are often kidnapped. Some of them are sold to use as helps or sex slaves across Africa and across different parts of the world. How has the ICRC handled such cases, if I may ask you?
Okay, for the ICRC's mandate is actually on armed conflict and violence. So our principal target is to assist people who are separated during armed conflict and violence. There are so many other reasons for people missing. But of course, this is a violation of the international humanitarian law, which is not acceptable for children to be trafficked, for children to be sold out. This is actually a violation of the international humanitarian law, which says that children should not be a target in terms of armed conflict. Women, aged people are not supposed to be targeted, hospitals and the rest of them. This does not only stop in relation to the international humanitarian law, like we always say, but it's also relevant in the Islamic law. In Islam, the Prophet of Islam, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, says that women, children, aged are not supposed to be targeted. Even hospitals, schools, public places are not supposed to be targeted. Economic trees are also not to be. So if you look at this, the broader sense, not only in terms of international humanitarian law, like we always discuss, but also Islamic law. This is in relation to this. You would see that populations like these, civilian populations, are not supposed to be targeted. So this is actually a violation of the international humanitarian law and also Islamic law.
During this time of COVID-19, the pandemic has given, challenges to several spheres of our lives. How has this impacted particularly on your work as ICRC? Okay,
the pandemic is one of the key things that has affected not only our activities, but everybody's activities in the world. So what we have done is merely to adapt to the situation that we are in. We have COVID-19, we have guidelines by the government authorities, the ministries of health and NCDC, for example. So we try to adapt to this situation. Of course, in the northeast of Nigeria, where you have most of our activities, we used to have thousands of people put together. But with social distancing, this has affected our activities. We have to, like I said, adapt to the situation to reduce the number of people, which means an activity that we are supposed to do for a week is not going to run for 2 or even 3 weeks. So this is something that we are really facing. People having to wear mask and social distance, hand washing and so on and so on. So you need to provide clean water, not just for drinking now, but for hand washing and also hygiene activities in camps and so on and so forth. Also, it has affected our activities because you find social distancing has helped because a lot of people, instead of working in offices, now work from home. So this working from home has limited the face-to-face interactions and so on and so forth. One of the key things I will have to mention, how this affected our activity in terms of reuniting families that are affected by violence, is because of the restrictions. If you could remember, in the past, you have a lot of restrictions on interstate travels. This not only stopped at interstate travel, even inter-country travels. So it was a lot of challenge to us to see how we can look for families that are separated, because we work very closely with the Nigerian Red Cross Society Their volunteers do a lot of work in trying to bicycle to areas that are very difficult to access. They go to these places, they try to find out addresses of people missing and try to see how we can reunite them. So this is one of the challenge that we have faced in terms of COVID-19 and so on and so forth.
Now, for the International Day for Disappeared Persons this year, what does the ICRC seek to achieve?
Yeah, you could see that more than half of the missing is in Nigeria. The remaining figure that was given, 44,000 people, represents other African countries. So the aim is still to see how we would be able to reunite these people with their families, how we would be able to work with other countries and other entities, other organizations to see if it is possible for us to get a way of reuniting people with their loved ones. It's very, very painful for people to get separated for years without seeing one another. And you could just feel the trauma in you if you have not seen your child of 5 years for more than 5 years again. So this is something that is very traumatizing to the communities that are affected, very, very psychologically affecting them, because when you don't see your father for years, then this is something that is really very big on you. So our aim is mainly to see how we would be able to reunite these people as fast as possible, how we would be able to link up their loved ones with their loved ones, if you like. And this is what we've been working around to do in the northeast of Nigeria and across our other Lake Chad countries, Niger, Cameroon, Chad, and of course Nigeria, to see if we could work out. Because most of the separations happened across borders in the northeast. You could see the location of the Lake Chad region and the Lake Chad crisis and how it is evolving over the time. So this is something that we are hoping that we will be able to get a way of reuniting. For us, what we feel is that, okay, maybe a few number of people know we do this activity. That's why they approach the ICRC to say, okay, we have a loved one that is missing, our child is missing, our father is missing. Could you help us reunite us with our loved one? This is what a lot of people do, but we still have a feeling that there are other thousands of people who perhaps don't know what we are doing and how we are doing it. So they have not approached us. So which means maybe the figure is going to be much more than 23,000, because if people don't know what we are doing, they wouldn't approach us. But at least we have people who have approached us and we are doing our best.
That's a very crucial point that you have made there, that the numbers just might be more than what we do know. Now, the International Day of the Disappeared is also a day created to draw attention to the fate of individuals who are imprisoned at places and under really poor conditions, unknown to their relatives or even legal representatives. And in a country like Nigeria, this is quite common. You would agree to that. I'm wondering, how does ICRC help connect people who have been illegally arrested with their families or even lawyers?
Okay, thank you very much. This is also a very important question that I would love to address at this forum. The ICRC work in detention areas, but then we don't go to detention areas to judge whether people were arrested legally or illegally. This is not our mandate. This is not what we do. What we do is just to make sure that the living condition of the detainees is of standard, and also to see that the treatment of the detainees is also according to the law of armed conflict that is happening, the law of war. In other words, the international humanitarian law. This is just what we do. And we also work closely with the authorities to understand some of the challenges. Of course, sometimes the authorities get overwhelmed in terms of resources. So we try to see if there are challenges here and there. We work closely to see how we can also play our role in trying to improve hygiene in prisons, in trying to improve health conditions in detention areas, and so on and so forth. Not just in permanent detention areas, but also in temporary detention areas. This is an activity we do. So for us, it's like the detainees, or people who are detained should be able to, the families of these people should be able to know. Because if you are talking about people that are missing, sometimes in conflict situations, people get arrested. And then the families don't know that they've been arrested. Maybe they approach us to say, okay, someone is missing and we don't know if he's dead or alive. So please, could you help us look for this person? And then we flag on our reunification and try to engage people to see how we can reunite these people. Sometimes it's good for detention authorities to understand that families of people who are detained, they have the right to know that the detainees are being detained. They don't have to the families have the right to know where the detainees are, the detained people are, and the detained people should also inform the families if they have any way. So the ICRC, what we do sometimes is just to try to liaise with families of detained people to tell them, okay, your husband or your wife is alive, but he's in detention. This is one of the key activities we do.
All right. I mean, what is not clearly known to us is the number of persons who are missing in its entirety. On the background, on the basis of what you had said, not so many people are reaching out to you to say, look, we are looking for our loved ones. That is what is unclear to us. But what is clear to us is that certainly there are people who are looking for their loved ones who are missing. I'm just wondering, what message do you have for families still looking for missing loved ones at this time?
The families who are looking for their loved ones, we understand clearly the trauma they are passing through. We understand their mindset because they have lost their loved ones for a very long period or even a short period. We could understand the challenge they are facing, the trauma and the psychological stress they are passing through because they have lost their loved ones. We have them in our minds. We remember them very well. And this is a day that we put aside to remember them and to tell them that we are doing our best to see how we can support, and inshallah we would be able to get to reunite them, inshallah.
All right. Thank you so very much. Aliyu Dawobe, Public Relations Officer of the International Committee of the Red Cross. Do keep safe out there.
Thank you.
Moving on, authorities of heads of state and government of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has told the new military junta in Mali it has just 1 year to return the country back to a civilian rule. This was one of the decisions arrived by the ECOWAS authority at the end of its second virtual extraordinary session on the socio-political situation in Mali. Speaking during the session, President Muhammadu Buhari emphasized the need for the country to return to democracy, warning that Mali could not afford to stand alone, charging the junta to be realistic by setting acceptable timetable for a return of the democratic rule. The president also noted that the briefings so far received from the ECOWAS Special Envoy, former President Goodluck Jonathan, indicated the regional body's engagements with the new military leadership in Mali, that they were yet to achieve the desired results in several key areas. Among declarations of the summit adopted by ECOWAS leaders were that the transition government in Mali must be led by civilians and that the return to constitutional order should be concluded within 12 months. Malian military was also encouraged to focus on securing the country at the moment. Still on Mali's situation, opposition leaders said on Friday they were disappointed by the conditions imposed by the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS heads of state, at an extraordinary meeting on how to transfer power from a military junta to a civilian government. The opposition leaders said it was up to the people of Mali to decide who would lead the transitional government and when they should hold elections. They spoke during a ceremony in the capital, Bamako, that paid tribute to the protesters killed in weeks of demonstrations last month that eventually led to the deposing of President Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta. ECOWAS told the military junta, which seized control on August the 18th, that it must transfer power to a civilian-led transitional government immediately and hold elections within a year. The bloc's chairman said in exchange that the ECOWAS committed to gradually lift sanctions as the coup leaders complied with its demands. A member of the opposition coalition M5 RFP and former presidential candidate Professor Clement Dembele said ECOWAS needed to revise its position. On Saturday, the junta will be holding marathon talks and consultations with all the stakeholders at a conference center in Bamako to discuss the ECOWAS lists of demands. President Muhammadu Buhari has assured that Nigeria will continue to provide support for the multinational joint task force based in N'Djamena, Chad Republic. Femi Adesina, the special advisor to the president on media and publicity, in a statement in Abuja on Friday, said the president gave assurance when he received Maman Nuhu, the executive secretary, Lake Chad Basin Commission and head of the mission MNJTF. According to the special advisor, Nigeria will continue to provide the support in spite of the challenges caused by COVID-19 and fallen oil prices as well. The president said despite paucity of resources, the security of Nigeria and that of our neighbors must have pride of place. He will ensure that Nigeria does its best. And the executive secretary had earlier updated the president on the proposed recharge of Lake Chad, which he said was one of the priorities of Lake Chad Basin Commission. He also informed President Buhari that the governments of China and Italy were of great support and positive action should commence soon. And we'll take a short break. When we return, the breakfast continues. Stay with us.
A recent study shows that this preventable disease accounts for 15% of all deaths of children under the age of 5.
As quickly as possible. We will push that project no matter what happens. Our production lines are operating at full capacity and our engineers
5 times more likely to receive early childhood education than the poor in their area.
There is a digital divide, and we hope that this will allow people who previously had no way of accessing material to access it.
We frequently travel on those roads. The damage done.
The fight of our lives. The United Nations Secretary General has called for a ceasefire in countries locked down in a long-term conflict.
Somehow our society makes us judge monkeys by their ability to swim. So we don't give young people an opportunity to explore their potential. We've confused education and schooling. Sometimes school actually makes you less educated. The teaching profession is one of the most downgraded professions in the society. College of educations have been designed to be for the least qualified, those who could not make it to the university. Very soon, you realize that students will sit down and across the world, they would pick their teachers. And I think education is also on the verge of that disruption. If we should get a random sample and ask them, what's the vision of Nigeria? I can tell you that nobody will tell me.
So if you have to give Nigeria a vision, it's based on the capacity you have seen and helped to improve to a certain degree.
I would say we could be the human resource capital of the world.
Premieres this Monday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast at 8:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Thank you for staying with us. Here are some of the news headlines we are following for you. On COVID-19 updates, Nigeria has recorded 160 more COVID-19 cases as the total infections have risen to 53,477. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control disclosed this on Friday night. According to the latest report, the new cases were recorded in Lagos, in the Federal Capital Territory, and 13 other states. While Plateau topped the list with 44 cases, Lagos came second with 27 infections, followed by Katsina with 18, Edo with 15, and the FCT with 14. Other states include Ondo with 10, Oyo with 9, Kwara 6, Abia and Nasarawa 4 each, Kano 3, Ekiti and Kaduna 2 each, Kebbi and Ogun 1 respectively. And the country has successfully managed 41,017 cases who have recovered from the virus and also discharged. Meanwhile, the COVID-19 recovery rate in Oyo State has reached 62.05%, while the fatality rate stands at 1.2%. This is contained in the data obtained from the Nigeria Center for Disease Control. The health agency, in its daily COVID-19 situation report published on Friday, announced 99 new recoveries, bringing the total number of recovered and discharged patients in the state to 1,918. As of Friday, the total number of COVID-19 cases recorded in the state stands at 3,091, following 31 new COVID infections announced on Thursday night. And according to the NCDC data, the total number of active cases of COVID-19 in the state is 1,136. Now, Ghana's governing New Patriotic Party, NPP, has picked incumbent Nana Akufo-Addo as its presidential candidate in this year's election, setting up a third consecutive head-to-head battle against former President John Dramani Mahama under the National Democratic Congress political party. But some Ghanaians believe Dramani Mahama is incompetent, accusing him of unbridled corruption during past 2012 regime, hence questioning his comeback presidential race. Plus TV Africa correspondent Jacinta Obiuku now reports.
The hurdles ahead of Ghana presidential election 2020 for the opposition party NDC and ruling party NPP seem pronounced as regards to what each regime has been able to achieve. It is said that the ruling NPP are working hard to meet their campaign promises made in 2016 and equally asking Ghanaians to give them 4 more years, while the people of Ghana is reported to have witnessed so much corruption, incompetence, nepotism and frequent abuse of power. Incidentally, there are reports that many Ghanaians have equally lost trust in ex-President Mahama and the NDC. It is reported that the former President John Mahama's government failed terribly to initiate expedient policies to overturn the failed policies of agriculture, poverty reduction, and resource allocation in the areas of healthcare, education, finance, supply chain management, and security sector planning, amongst others. Report also has it that an ex-president, Jerry Rawlings, who is a founder of NDC, relentlessly complained about the unpardonable incompetence and the wanton corruption in Mahama's government. And on the other hand, NDC called out on the ruling party over the slow pace of development 44 months of the NPP government assuming power. Meanwhile, the Director General of Legal and Prosecutions at the Ghana Police Service, Nathan Boki, says the police will swiftly deal with all infractions before, during and after the December 7th presidential and parliamentary election. The elections are a few months away. Either NDC or NPP will be saddled with the responsibility of delivering on the right mandate of the people. Hence, the fate of any of these political parties winning is dependent on the choice of Ghanaians. Jacinta Obiuku, Plus TV Africa.
Thank you, Jacinta, for that report. And to help us make sense of the Ghana electioneering campaign, we have joining us via Zoom the very seasoned Dele Momodu, publisher of Ovation International. Good to have you, Mr. Momodu.
Hello, good morning, and how are you?
I'm very well. Thanks for asking. How are you too?
Oh, I'm doing very well. We thank God always. Thank you.
All right, let's go straight into the matter. We are happy you're doing okay. Now, some describe the story of Ghana like that of Nigeria, you know, where you have two candidates having to face each other for 3 consecutive election cycles, like that of Nigeria, where we had Jonathan and Buhari, though that was twice. I'm just wondering, what does this say about the range of choices in African elections?
In the case of Ghana, I don't think it's exactly true that this is their 3rd time of facing each other. President Mahama became a president like Goodluck Jonathan after his boss, Professor Atta Mills, died. So he took over. And thereafter, he now had his own election, just like Jonathan. He had his election against Nana Akufo-Addo and he won. So he had a full term, but constitutionally, you know, a president is allowed 2 terms in Ghana, just like in Nigeria. So in 2016, so they faced each other and Mahama lost the election. So that's what happened. So now, we're waiting to see what will happen on December 7th. Tension is very high in Ghana at the moment. But both parties, the leading parties, are campaigning vigorously across the country. It is not clear who will have the upper hand, but most of the opinion polls, if you go online, you can see most of the opinion polls. Democracy in Ghana has taken deeper root than in most parts of West Africa and indeed Africa. So things look very, very tight, but most of the opinion polls have given it to Mahama because they believe, Ghanaians believe that their government overpromised but under-delivered.
I mean,
so that's the situation. So I'm following everything, but usually Ghana is always 50-50, and is whoever can get that +1 that will be the winner.
Right.
So I can't predict from here who will win. It is very, very close. It's going to be tight as always. Politics in Ghana is like religion. From the day you are born, you belong to a political party, and they don't crisscross parties like us. You can't be a member of parliament under NDC, and tomorrow you wake up, say you are being frustrated, then you move to another party. You can't do that in Ghana.
Okay.
So I love what I see there, but we're all praying that there will be no violence because there have been allegations of vigilante groups against the ruling party, that they've set up vigilante groups, and then there are also counter allegations against the opposition. The other thing is allegation of possible rigging of the election. The government had to do a fresh registration of voters, even amidst this COVID-19, and a lot of people criticize them for that. But I think it is out of the panic that they had to clean up the existing electoral register. There were allegations that the ruling government drafted military to Volta region, which is very close to the border of Togo. So they shut down the borders of Ghana and Togo towards Aflao. And there were allegations of intimidation and all that.
Right.
But Ghanaians were very determined, so it went well. I think most people have registered now, and they are just getting ready for December 7th.
Okay. In the spirit of taking a step backward into what you have said, I mean, you have a lived experience of someone who has been a resident in that country, and you're able to give us firsthand the political assessment of the political climate there. When you said that the people, the Ghanaians, would say that the government have overpromised and under-delivered, isn't that honestly the case of Africa? Where have we found any difference, or are we expecting to see any?
Well, usually it is in the nature and character of opposition parties to overpromise, because that's the only way they can make the ruling government look bad. And that actually happened. There was so much chaos, there was so much propaganda against the government of John Mahama. It was a blistering attack. And don't forget that NPP, the ruling party, controls a majority of the media outfits in Ghana. So they have an upper hand in terms of radio and television. Ghana is very, very strong electronically. I think they are far, far superior to Nigeria when it comes to how they deploy their radio stations. They have so many of them, even in the local languages. And so I don't know, but I think many Ghanaians just want a peaceful election, and they are hoping there will be no rigging. Some of the promises, if you want me to be specific, was that the cedi, which is the currency of Ghana, would be made stronger. That is not so. It has actually crashed. I think by the time this government was coming in, maybe it was at 2 point something to $1. Today is about 5.7, 5.8. So which means it has doubled what it was under Mahama. The other thing is in providing employment for people. Unfortunately, a lot of the banks collapsed during when they said they should increase their capital. And a lot of, so the recapitalization affected a lot of the banks. And so a lot of people lost their jobs. They promised one district, one dam. I don't know if they've been able to deliver on that promise of one district, one dam. You know what a dam is anyway. They promised free SHS, which is their school program, like free education. Yes, they delivered on that, but there were also complaints about what quality of what they delivered. So then in terms of infrastructure, definitely they haven't done much in terms of infrastructure. In fact, the government of Mahama was described as a government of infrastructure, which was part of the reasons he lost the election, because people were complaining. You know, as in other parts of Africa, especially in our country, Nigeria, that's what we call stomach infrastructure. People said they were hungry, while Mahama was building brand new airports, building a Dubai out of Accra, building roads, building new hospitals. For example, this COVID-19, Ghana was able to respond better than most countries in Africa because Mahama had invested heavily in world-class facilities. He injected over 1,000 new bed hospitals in Ghana. So when you juxtapose those, a lot of Ghanaians are now asking that, hey, the food they promised us, we haven't seen it. The jobs they promised us, they haven't seen it. But that's what usually happens when the government has been in power for 4 years. People begin, it's like husband and wife. Until you start living together, then people will know that, oh, so the man is not so much like this. Oh, the woman is. So it's like that. Government is like that. That's the nature of government.
All right.
And, so
okay,
we are waiting to see what will happen
right.
on December 7th.
Okay, it's interesting how in your definition of how sophisticated politically they are in Ghana, you said once a person is born, you already belong to a political party, you know, suggesting how informed they are in terms of politics. I'm wondering, what lessons do we have to learn from them if you compare their own system to what happens in Nigeria?
Well, the difference between us is that they had a revolution. They went through a revolution. Nigeria had only adventurers, military adventurers in politics. So that's the difference. They had a Rawlings, a Jerry John Rawlings. I call him Junior Jesus. A lot of us call him Junior. Some people call him Junior Judas because they don't like him, because he was very draconian. But we could see the effect of his dictatorship. In Nigeria, we had dictators who were only dictators to harass their fellow citizens, and we didn't see much result. So Ghana is fortunate that they have someone who for about 19 years laid a solid foundation for Ghana. So we have not been that fortunate.
Okay.
Their system, and then their multi-party system is not like our own, where we have a proliferation of political parties numbering maybe nearly 100 or more. I mean, just imagine if you have 80 presidential candidates on a ballot paper. That is so unwieldy, and that is so untidy. So it means that people are going to get confused. That's that. Then in Nigeria, politics is winner takes all. So everybody is thinking, yes, this is my opportunity to make it. There is no fear of God. There is no fear of repercussion. Unlike in Ghana, where at least once in a while, they can still have it in their subconsciousness that, hey, there was once a Rawlings. And if I steal, something might happen. Although Ghana too now is beginning to experience, spades of corruption and such indignities, but it is not on the scale of Nigeria. And again, maybe because they don't have the resources of Nigeria.
Right.
But definitely today, their democracy is much more solid. Electoral violence is not on the scale of Nigeria. So definitely, we are looking forward to December 7, and we hope that they will continue to hold out a beacon of hope for Africa in matters of democracy.
Okay, if we stick to the poll also a bit, I'm just wondering, what are the defining factors in this year's poll? Is it COVID-19 management, or what would you say exactly is the defining factor?
In Ghana, usually it's education. The education in Ghana is an average Ghanaian is well educated. You remember that once upon a time we had loads of Ghanaian teachers even in Nigeria. So education is very important. People believe that, yes, why do you have students who are not paying school fees, but they don't have schools to pay? Or why do I have to travel long distances to get to school? So those are some of the complaints. Whereas the government of Mahama, education was not totally free, but it was able to build world-class classrooms, facilities, universities. He invested heavily in vocational studies. He wanted to make Ghana the hub in West Africa, where if you need the best artisans, go to Ghana. You want to do your POP, you want to do your plumbing work, you want whatever it is you want to do, because he believes that government in Ghana can only employ maximum 600,000 workers. So what then becomes of the rest? Ghana has a population, I think, of about 27 million people. So he was preparing for the future, and that future would have required some sacrifice. He also had problems with electricity. There is what they call Doomsaw, when their electricity collapsed, and the Ghanaians were not used to that. So they used that against him. But within 18 months, he promised them that he would fix it. He was able to fix it. He was able to inject about 824 megawatts into their national grid. He was able to fix the state of their transmission and distribution of electricity. But the tariffs they claimed were high. So this present government, they've scored some high in that area because they were able to bring down the tariff of electricity by about 11%. Then the issue of infrastructure, while Mahama scored A in that, I believe that the present government, a lot of people are now saying that, oh, they couldn't do most things. Even a lot of the projects started by Mahama were abandoned. Unlike in Nigeria, where at least President Buhari has managed to continue, there must be continuity in government. They'll be able to continue building on the legacy of Jonathan government in Nigeria. But in Ghana, it seems that the government does not want to have anything to do with the Mahama project. There were housing projects. You cannot imagine how many houses Mahama built, and not one of them has been occupied in the last 4 years. So it's really telling on the electorate that, hey, why are we wasting so much resources? Those houses were not built with Mahama's money. So why are you not doing something about them? You know, so those are some of the issues that people are looking at. And then in terms of popularity, this government is unpopular because of the large number of its cabinet. It must be the largest in Africa. I think they had over 100 ministers. I don't know of anywhere, not even in Nigeria, would you have 100 ministers at this time, especially for a government that promised that they will be very prudent in the management of the economy. Then people are also accusing the government of nepotism, that there are too many members of his family in government. So a lot of people are not happy about that. And there's also a lot of infighting, even within the ruling government. So I don't know if we can rely on opinion polls, but the opinion polls are pointing in the direction of Mahama.
Okay. All right. If we move away just slightly from the electioneering campaign and talk about the management of COVID-19 pandemic. I mean, Ghanaian government got some accolades over their social welfare program and mass testing approach. You also talked about their healthcare system that enabled that. But recent figures, however, shows there's still high incidence of cases. I'm just wondering, would this really count at the poll as one of the achievements of this government? What do you say?
Well, as I said, there have been criticisms of the handling of this corona pandemic, especially because in the middle of it, government was ready. While you locked down the airports, locked down businesses, but you still went ahead to do registration of voters. And this is a contradiction. So you can't be fighting a pandemic that has virtually shut down the entire society. But when it comes to politics, it's as if there was no pandemic. So this is something that nobody could fathom. But government stuck to its gun. It's like their lives depended on it, and they must do it, and they did it. So I won't be surprised if in the process, yes, a lot more people contacted COVID. That's one. Two is that don't also forget that Ghana was quicker in testing. They had their test kits and they were quite efficient. So if Nigeria too had more test kits, maybe the number would have been much larger than what we see today.
All right. Thank you so very much for the insight. Quite an insightful conversation, and for the depth that you brought into this matter, Mr. Momodu, the publisher of Ovation International. And do keep safe out there as well. All right, I can see that he is nodding in affirmation. Coming up next will be the breakfast. On the breakfast, rather, is Off the Press. Don't go away. Stay with us here.
Quality wire, and quality cables. Quality cables. For quality wire, quality cables. Quality cables. Coleman man won't light up your life, brother. See, original quality wire. Wait there, can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Goldman won't light up your life. Goldman, see, who be the master for cable? Who be the master for wire? Original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Original quality, durable, trustable.
And it is off the press, the moment where we take a look at our national dailies and try to make sense of it as much as time will allow us to, while we always encourage you to grab copies of the national dailies and understand in depth what is going on in Nigeria. We'll begin with, we have a couple of papers, but this morning we're going to begin with the Nation newspaper, as already displayed. It says, Ondo, my deputy wants to embarrass me with fake documents. That's coming from Akeredolu there. Isn't that interesting? And then we also have other headlines there. Northern Senior Advocates of Nigeria divided over MBA splinter group. That story is also on page 2 of the Nation newspaper. And we have the picture story from the event of yesterday. Just before that, we have Jimoh Ibrahim joins APC, declares PDP dead in Ondo. All right, yet another one joining another party, another defection, if you like. Now, from the picture story, we see how crashed helicopter pilot tried to save lives. We have the picture story there. 3 crew members killed, unfortunately. Elderly landlady says, I was reading my Bible when the crash happened. Wow. Crash occurred minutes before scheduled landing at Murtala Mohammed Airport. Black box not yet found, says AIB. I thought it was in the news that the black box was found. Well, grab a copy of page of the Nation and find out the details on page 3. Ill-fated chopper flew in from Port Harcourt and was already in Lagos. This is so sad. Buhari, Tinubu, Sanwo-Olu, and others mourn the dead, and that's from that helicopter crash yesterday. $1 million levy. Others, enough is enough. Federal government wants Ghana. List across acts of hostility. Levy is xenophobia in disguise. Really? and Nigerian Traders won, I believe. That's according to Nigerian traders who are saying that the levy is xenophobia in disguise. The stories are on pages 11 and 25 of the Nation newspaper. Let's take a look at Mali also there on the front page. ECOWAS gives junta 12 months to restore democracy. I think that would be a puzzle for us to resolve, whether they would do that or not. We would only watch and see. Logistics delay resumption of international flights. That's on page 4. Ideally, that flight is supposed to have started today, if my date serves me, right? 29th of August, as said by Aviation Minister Hadi Sirika. But yeah, you have it. Logistics delay resumption of international flights, leaving us with no date yet. Just get into page 4. You just might have more details. Ministers rallies, Oyo APC vows to restore fortunes. That's also in that news, in the Nation newspaper. In the interest of time, we'll also quickly take a look at the Guardian newspaper. I will read out the headlines for you as well. And before already displayed, thank you to our production guys. Again, we have the story from helicopter crash. We are grateful to God, say residents. I can imagine. That story is on page 4. Only God knows what it feels like to see a plane or an aircraft drop from the air. How traumatizing that can be. Reasons to be grateful indeed. We had the conversation this morning on the show with Tunji, who is from the AIB, and he says they are expecting that they give Nigerians the reasons. The reports, preliminary reports, would be out in 6 months. According to him, 18 months is the ideal date, but it's usually the norm. But he's saying if all things go well, in 6 months we'll be able to know what caused that crash from yesterday. We also have picture stories there. Hurdles await foreign carriers as flight resumes. Oh, September the 5th, okay. Same that we're not making it in August, the 29th, but yes, The Guardian has September the 5th. But the story is on page 4. We encourage you to grab copies for yourself. Let's stay a bit on the COVID-19 figures. We seem to be forgetting that COVID-19 is still real, even though places are opening up. The truth of the matter is that COVID-19 is still real. This morning, again, on the show, we had the safety expert, Ugochi, who was reminding Nigerians the need to keep washing our hands, wearing the face mask, and all the safety protocols that we've always talked about, to keep maintaining them, because COVID-19 is still real, albeit not a death sentence. So the figures for Nigeria stands at 53,477 cases confirmed. We have 41,017 discharged already, recovered, and unfortunately 1,011 persons have also died as a result of COVID-19. Just to say that COVID is still real, do what you have to do to remain safe. We'll still have the headlines read out to you, but I'll be joined by our senior editor, Kaide Ladende, to make sense of the headlines on the national dailies. So before I hand over to Kaide, again, Nigeria will no longer tolerate harassment. That's from the Guardian newspaper. Harassment of its citizens in Ghana, the federal government wants. You can see that. And right on page 4, we have Akpata steps in as 30th NBA president. I believe he was sworn in at some point yesterday at the NBA conference. And that will be it from the Guardian newspaper. Thank you very much for joining virtually Kaide Ladende, our senior editor. If you can hear me, Kaide. Okay, until we get hold of Kaide, we'll continue.
Yes, I can hear you, Amaka. Good morning.
All right, good morning, Kaide.
I can hear you. Good morning, Amaka.
Thank you for being with us. I'm not sure whether you were able to hear the headlines, but we are looking at what's going on the Guardian newspaper. There is something on the helicopter crash. The residents saying they are grateful to God for saving their lives. Again, we looked at the figures, the COVID-19 figures. there for us. And of course, we have the story on Nigerians as citizens in Ghana say Nigeria will no longer tolerate harassment of its citizens. That's the federal government warning there. I wonder what to make of that. And then ECOWAS insists on transition government to be led by civilians and gives 12 months deadline. And lastly, Akpata is sworn in, steps in as the 30th NBA president. Let me hand over to you now, Mr. Ladayindi. What's your thoughts and which is catching your attention?
Okay, basically, I think I share the prayers and the gratitude of Ikeja residents because as much as the casualties involved were the people on board, it's not something to be joyful about, but you know, it could have been worse. Correct. It could have been more fatal than what we had yesterday. And I also monitor the news on Plus TV Africa, where we understand that the third person has finally passed on. It's quite sad. But while we await the investigation, I think there's every reason for the people in the area to be grateful to God that we didn't have a worse situation than we had yesterday. Correct. However, to also look at the issue of air crashes, I think it's something that calls for concern. We've had a chopper like that some months ago, or let me say probably last year, and this is getting worrisome. This is something that we might need to check whether it's an issue that has to do with the choppers or it has to do with the captains. We will await the AIB to really give us, because we need to see how we can have more like a 0 cases. I know when they use the word accident, it means that it is not expected. But sometimes this can be human error, and these are something that we really need to look critically before we talk about some other issues. Then another story that actually got my attention is the ECOWAS given 12 months, timeline, and which our president has also backed. I think it's a welcome development. While the Malians were excited that Keita has been toppled, but I think it is not. It is way too much of a thing for the military to think of staying there for 36 months. That is a such a way of bringing military back to governance. Correct. Military is a thing of the past. Military junta is a thing of the past, and everybody, just like every international community, is saying no. That's a subtle yes, that okay, your people do not want you again, but I don't think that we should allow more than 12 months. So 1 year is quite on point. So I'm really game with ECOWAS on this. Where I disagree with ECOWAS then was that they were trying to define what the Malians wanted. Yeah. But it was okay. It's an international community. It's a global village. They are not on their own. Who can actually contribute. They can make. They are saying that please, 12 months, you got to leave. What that means is that if they agree to leave in 12 months, if they conduct the election and have civilian government in place, therefore means that these sanctions can be removed. These sanctions can be uplifted, and the people of Mali can do businesses with the neighboring countries and even United States. That is, if they agree with the 12 months, good condition, I must say. Then for Olumide Akpata to step in, yes, it's unprecedented, one with a landslide. So there's so much expectation for him. So as he steps in, it is expected that he will do so much. He will have to work towards, it's a pressure group. So we need to work with the bar and the benches to see how judiciary can gain the pride of the things, because
I'm sorry, we're having we seem to
do this very good, and this.
Okay, I'm sorry, we're having a bit of issues with your network there, but we'll go to the next paper until we reconnect clearly with Mr. Ladayindi on the other end. We take the Saturday Sun, and have a couple of papers, a couple of matters there, really. How 3 crew members died as helicopter crashes into Lagos home. That's still on the helicopter crash. Insecurity, Amotekun commanders draw red line for Mieti Allah vigilantes. That's on page 23 and 25. Stay away from southeast, Ohaneze, says IPOB and INC warns as government reacts. Michael J. prison story, that's from Rusewe, NCAC DG, it's on page 5. We no longer tolerate harassment of Nigerians in Ghana. The federal government warns and lists offenses by Ghanaian authorities against Nigeria. And it says Buhari backs ECOWAS 12-month transition plan for Mali. Still on politics, we have no zoning, no polls in 2023. Folks are already ahead. Bode George warns APC and PDP leaders. Only the 2 parties will determine if power would shift, that's according to Sheikh Husani, and make Igbo president see Nigeria progress, Ohaneze says, and quote, reinstates 4 suspended Ondo lawmakers, awards 20 million naira damages. That story is also on page 10, I believe, of the Sun newspaper. I'm not sure whether or not Kaide is still on the line. Okay, Kaide, Mr. Ladende, I hear you're still on the line. We apologize for the quality earlier. We couldn't hear clearly. So I've been able to read out the headlines for the Sun newspaper. But let me just pick your thoughts, Mr. Ladende. This whole thing about Ghana, in the Guardian newspaper, it says, you know, Nigerians in Ghana are saying that the levy of 100 million, I believe, or $1 million, that's xenophobia in disguise. And here we see the federal government is saying it will no longer tolerate the harassment of Nigerians in Ghana and list Ghanaians' offenses, if you want, against Nigerians. What do you think? What do you make of all of this conversation between Nigeria and Ghana every now and then? How do we resolve this?
Yeah, I listened to our senior brother, that's Daily Moment, a while ago, while he was making some kind of subtle comparison. I think deeply, this animosity has been there over time. What we don't know is when it's going to end. Mm-hmm. What we don't know is when are we going to actually see each other as neighbors. We don't want to bore you with the history of Ghana must go and what led to that. But what is important is we must learn to put the past behind us. We must learn to tolerate one another. We must learn to see that it's only one race, and that is the human race, irrespective of color.
Mr. Ladende, I'm very sorry. I can see that you're passionately talking, but the quality, the audio, we can't clearly hear you. So I apologize profusely for that. We will take the next paper, which is the Punch newspaper. And I'm going to, again, continue with the headlines there for you. It would be displayed, already displayed. Thank you so very much to our production crew there. Now, we have, again, Akpata and Sands kick as Northern lawyers form parallel MBA. Now, this conversation is springing forth from the whole issue of them taking back their invitation to the governor of Kaduna State, Madam El-Rufai. You recall that MBA said they didn't want him to come and speak following the accusation of him not being able to handle, if you like, the crisis in southern Kaduna. And so they said, no, you won't be speaking to us. After that happened, some northern lawyers also said, well, named a couple of others that should not come to speak at that event, and some of them boycotted, as it were, that conference. And this is where they are. And like Kaide was saying, Mr. Ladende was saying earlier, Olumide Akpata, indeed, as the 30th president, has got some work to do. He's got to find a way to, first of all, bring some unity in that space before they can move forward, if you ask me. So here again, Olumide and Senior Advocates of Nigeria kick as Northern lawyers form a splinter group. We also have on the Punch newspaper, helicopter was 2 minutes from Lagos airport before crashing. I think, oh, this is so sad. This detail, this additional detail just makes it even more sad to see that it flew from Port Harcourt and just 2 minutes to land, and this unfortunate incident happened, and that's according to the air traffic controllers. While we give thanks, really, as Mr. Ladende was saying, that it could have been worse, we also condole with the families of the 3 persons who have died from that. Rotor blades stopped mid-air before accident, according to eyewitness, and how pilots maneuvered to avoid crashing into school. That's according to a businessman. We salute him indeed. And Buhari, Tinubu, Obaseki mourn as 3 crew members died from that unfortunate incident yesterday. Why I cursed those who criticized me for divorcing my wife. That's according to Oluwo. You just might be interested in that. The story is on page 31. COVID-19, Lagos may lose 250 billion naira, says Governor Sanwo-Olu. That story is on page 11. 240 billion naira. That's a lot of money. You may want to know what that's about. Now, $1 million levy, the federal government tackles Ghana for incessant harassment of Nigerians and condemns long jail terms for over 200 Nigerians. That story is on page 9. So we're not just dealing with the issue of the levy, we're also dealing with over 200 Nigerians who are in prison, in jail in Ghana. We have some conversation really to have, I believe, between the Nigerian government and Ghana to find a way to resolve all that is going on. We have a lot of Ghanaians in Nigeria and, of course, lots of Nigerians in Ghana. We must come to a place to resolve this. We are able to now connect with Mr. Ladende on phone. Hopefully he's better. Thank you, Mr. Ladende, for your patience. We apologize for the network issues. I'm now on the Punch newspaper and quickly taking the headlines, so we'll be able to wrap up with of the press segment. And if you can hear me,
very well.
Okay, thank you for being there. We also have I'm trying to wrap up on the headlines from the Punch newspaper. Why I cursed those, I've read that. And then COVID-19, 240 billion naira. We just might be losing that, according to the governor of Lagos State. I think those are the key issues there from the Punch newspaper. Something on entertainment, though. Tiwa Savage, Yemi Alade's fans clash over superiority. All right, that's on page 3. You might want to get that. Blasphemy, musician denied access to lawyers as appeal deadline nears. That's on Kano State. The story is on page 16. Edopo, voters must use face masks, sanitizers, and others, according to INEC. Okay, Mr. Ladende, let me hand over to you. But before then, there was a bit of information that filtered out yesterday on this whole issue about the blasphemy story, the guy from the north. You recall that, you know that in Nigeria, when they talk about death sentence, unless a sitting governor signs it, it just retains as, if you like, the person is sentenced to prison for life. It may never gets the death sentence either by hanging or whatever, unless a sitting governor approves of it. But yesterday, the governor of Kano State, Malam Ganduje, says he would not hesitate to sign that piece of law, if you like. If it comes to that point that he will sign it, he won't hesitate to sign. And if he signs, what it means is that the young man will be literally and practically sentenced to death. So that brings us again into a whole conversation around capital punishment. I don't know what your thoughts are. I've read out the headlines. Okay, I will say, please do intervene.
Okay, ever since the conversation started, the argument had always been that it's a sensitive issue, quite sensitive because it is religious and it was so pronounced on the social media. Having said that, I think what Ganduje has done, or what he plans to do, is the fact that he's trying to weigh in his veto to get the capital punishment carried out. Because there's a lot of controversy surrounding it. We've seen some Islamic leaders saying that let us not politicize this issue. This is what Sharia law says, and this man has pleaded guilty. Why are we dilly-dallying over it? You know, blasphemy is a very sensitive issue. It's just unfortunate that the man is here to file an appeal in a conventional court, so we can't cry more than the bereaved. So if the man chooses to go by what it stands by, because Sharia law in the North is a thing of choice. You can decide to go to the conventional court or you go through the Sharia court. So if you subscribe to Sharia court, you subscribe to the laws, you choose to be punished by the law, then I think our advocacy needs to be checked again. So why we do not want this kind of punishment to come on the man? The man seems to be totally sold out to the Sharia dictates. So, but I think the governor shouldn't speak with so much vigor to get this capital punishment carried out, because there are quite a lot of issues in the conventional court that requires that the governor gives his assent to get the person executed that has not been attended to. Why is he in a hurry? Why is he so much in a hurry to jump into this? So as a governor, you must see beyond your religious enclave. You must remember that you are not just a governor to the Muslims, but you are governor to everyone in that state.
That's how we're going to wrap it in the interest of time. Thank you so very much for staying with us. Also, Kay Ladayinde, Senior Editor here on Plus TV Africa.
Thank you so much.
All right, and that's a wrap on Off the Press. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll wrap up the breakfast. Don't go away.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun,
whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
Thank you for being with us on The Breakfast Show, and it is a wrap. The news will now continue on News on the Hour on our news studio, and I am Amaka Okoye.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Today's top stories are
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street where
the fire destroyed our transformer complete as well.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. And here are the stories making the headlines, and I am Amaka Okoye. President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the deployment and redeployment of permanent secretaries in the Civil Service of the Federation. Folashade Yemi-Eson, head of the Civil Service of the Federation, made this known in a circular she signed and issued on Friday in Abuja. Those redeployed are Chinyaka Christian, deployed from the Federal Capital Territory to Ministry of Power with effect from August the 27th, and William Alo, redeployed from Ministry of Labor and Employment to the Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs. Also redeployed are Olushade Adeshola from the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs to the FCT with effect from August the 27th as well, and Esther Jack from the Ministry of Power to the Ministry of Water Resources with effect from September the 30th. Similarly, Akpan Sunday was redeployed from the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development to the Ministry of Science and Technology with effect from September the 30th as well, while Ernest Afolabi was redeployed from OHCSF to the Ministry of Works and Housing with effect from August the 27th. Also redeployed are Abel Aniton, Federal Civil Service Commission to the Ministry of Environment with effect from August the 27th, and Maurice Mbairi from the Ministry of Police Affairs to the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation with effect from September the 30th. Away from that now, Olumide Akpata, head Corporate and Commercial Practice Group, Templars Law Firm, was on Friday sworn in as the 30th president of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA. He was sworn in by the former NBA president, Paul Usoro, at NBA's virtual annual general meeting. With the swearing-in ceremony, the Paul Usoro-led administration has now come to an end. Olumide Akpata, who was declared the winner of the NBA 2020 presidential election by the association's electoral committee on July the 31st, will now pilot the affairs of the association for the next 2 years. In his inaugural address, Akpata thanked all his supporters and urged all NBA members to have faith in his administration, which he promised would serve the interest of all. And on COVID-19 updates, Nigeria has recorded 160 more COVID-19 cases as the total infections have risen to 53,477. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control disclosed this on Friday night. According to the latest report, the new cases were recorded in Lagos, in the Federal Capital Territory and 13 other states. While Plateau topped the list with 44 cases, Lagos came second with 27 infections, followed by Katsina with 18. Edo has 15 and the FCT 14. Other states would include Ondo with 10, Oyo 9, Kwara 6, Abia and Nasarawa 4 each, Kano 3, Ekiti and Kaduna 2 each, Kebbi and Ogun 1 respectively. And the country has successfully managed 41,017 cases who have recovered from the virus and also discharged. In the news, we take our attention to Uganda, where its president, Yoweri Museveni, who has been in power for the last 34 years, is seeking to extend his tenure as he has expressed interest to run on the platform of the ruling party in the 2021 presidential election. Plus TV Africa correspondent Adebanke Odunuyi takes a look at the chances of this sit-tight leader.
Yoweri Museveni became the president of Uganda in 1986 and has been the president till today. Now he plans on running again in the upcoming 2021 presidential election. In a bid to unseat the long-time ruler, Ugandan activist Bobi Wine has launched a new political party through which he plans on running for the office of the president next year. However, Kizza Besigye, a long-time opposition leader who has run for president since 2001 in the country, has announced that he will not run against Museveni next year, saying he will seek democratic change by other means. Also, the Ugandan People's Congress, UPC, has declared that it will not be fielding a candidate in the upcoming election. This will be the second time in a row that the UPC refuses to take a shot at the presidency. Jimmy Akena, president of the UPC, had declined to run for presidency in 2016 general election. As the election draws near, many political analysts say it will be a miracle if Museveni is unseated. For Plus TV Africa, Adebanke Odunuyi.
Thank you, Adebanke Odunuyi, for that quick update. Now we have joining us from Uganda, Jackson Mwesigwa, who is the national coordinator of the Under 40 platform, a political pressure group mobilizing young people to fully participate in politics in Uganda. Thank you for being with us, Jackson.
Thank you for having me, Amaka.
Right. Now, President Yoweri Museveni has been in office since 1986, and a new generation of Ugandans have been calling for a political change in the upcoming 2021 elections. Is that change likely to happen, Jackson?
It depends. It's too early now to decide, actually, though we expect these elections, first of all, not to be free and fair due to the fact that they'll be scientific in nature. And you see, we are used to open campaigning. And so when you tell people to adopt to this model of election where people don't have to gather, people cannot be allowed to, move freely and interact with the voters, it makes this election quite complicated. But then, getting back to your question, it's possible that this government can be changed in 2021. But then it will depend on how different political players, especially the opposition, organize themselves. As you stated it earlier, Dr. Besigye is not contesting again. He's a very big political figure here. He has been in this thing for almost now 20 years. And so you cannot put him out completely, though he's not contesting. Bobi Wine, though we may question his political experience and a few other things, he has motivated young people. He attracts a big group of young people who make 75% of the total voters. And so it will depend on how opposition organizes themselves, on maybe forming coalitions. But then this is now, it's too early to tell if it will be possible. But then if opposition can front one candidate, now that Dr. Besigye is out, UPC is not fronting a presidential candidate, I hope that Bobi Wine can convince other opposition political leaders to join him, and then maybe we could make Museveni fail to raise the 51% in this election.
All right. You mentioned there that you have 75% of, the young people engaging in politics. Therefore, it looks like there's a shift already. Now, but this pattern of sitting tight in office is common. I mean, in Africa, like we said earlier, Yoweri is 34 years there as a president. What do you think is responsible for this, if I may ask you?
I think it's mostly because of the nature of our politics. Most of these leaders have come into power through military coups or through the power of the gun. So it's not easy to push someone out of an office through an election if that person came in through military coup or undemocratic means. So it's I think because of that most of these African leaders cling to power using military resources, military means. For example, here in Uganda, President Museveni came in 1986 through, through military means. So, yes, we may have elections, but, the influence of the army, the role of the army in these elections cannot be put out. And it's because of that most of these leaders use these very officers to, grip on power. And I believe that we need to change this trend and adopt to democratic systems so that we can have, fair elections where people come in, through democratic means.
Right. All right, Jackson. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Uganda's Electoral Commission has put forward a plan which, prohibits most in-person campaigning. Instead, it's requiring that candidates rely most exclusively on media outlets to pitch themselves to voters. How effective do you think this campaigning method would be?
Most opposition candidates have been protesting this kind of campaigning. Because, as I said earlier, if you're not allowing people to meet, and there are so many factors that really determine people's decision in an election. They need to interact with the candidate. They need to, see the candidate physically. So when you tell people to only campaign scientifically, it doesn't work out. But, as I told you that the president is free in charge, is the one who controls the Electoral Commission, is the one who controls the judiciary, he's basically in charge of everything. The opposition is not in for this scientific election, but then if the Electoral Commission has decided so, then there is an option for opposition.
All right, Jackson, before I let you go, Uganda has experienced the highest spike in violent disorder, the country has faced in over a decade. Much of these also involved instances in which the state targeted civilians, like the arrest and torture of opposition member of parliament known as Bobby Wine, that's Robert, in 2018. Will this not cause voters' apathy?
As I told you earlier, the role of the army in elections here in Uganda is very paramount. And so the state uses the army to, entrench itself. And so we don't expect anything different from the previous elections. You've seen violence before. We haven't seen any confirmation that we won't have violence. But then this is the nature of our elections. As I told you earlier, the president entrenches himself through the military, through the police and other security agencies. So we expect him to do the same. But then when you see Honorable Kyagulanyi trying to, use some kind of violent ways, it's because it's the only option available. I told you these people never wanted scientific election, but then the state dictated that we must have a scientific election. And from my look of things, the opposition will kind of defy this and organize some rallies. And so we expect violence in this election. But then, again, with Honorable Kyagulanyi, he motivates young people. And controlling young people, controlling that excitement, stopping them from, seeing him, I don't think the state will be able to, do so. But then I'm very sure they will deploy, there will be violence, and we don't expect a peaceful election in 2021.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate to say that you don't expect a peaceful election in 2021. Jackson, thank you so very much for your time. Do keep safe out there as well.
Thank you, Amaka.
Right. And the news continues. Still in Uganda, 10 children have been killed in a lightning strike while sheltering from a storm during a football game in northern Uganda. Police said this on Friday. Josephine, police spokeswoman, said the boys aged 11 to 16 had been sheltering from a storm in a makeshift structure in Arua City, which is the northwest of the capital, in Kampala, on Thursday when this happened. According to the police, the young boys had been playing football when rain began to fall and lightning struck them. The children were sheltering from the rain in a grass-thatched house when the lightning struck on Thursday evening, and 4 other children were injured as well. The spokeswoman said relatives have been picking up the bodies from the mortuary since yesterday, and the burials are taking place from today. Deadly lightning is commonly reported in the East African country during the wet season. She advised schools to fix lightning arresters, and Uganda National Meteorological Authority recently warned of enhanced rainfall. Joining us to talk about this is Raymond Mujuni. He's an investigative journalist based in Uganda. Thank you, Raymond, for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Now, deadly lightning is commonly reported in Uganda. I'm wondering what can be done to protect homes, especially in villages, apart from, installing the thunder arresters. What else can be done?
I think that what has been done by government is having a meteorological authority consistently issue rain alerts, particularly when it's going to be heavy rainfall, and urging populations in those areas to be on the lookout for possibly lightning that might come. Of course, lightning, like all the other events, is an unmatched event. It's not an event that announces itself. So just letting the populations know that the rainfall will be coming, particularly in areas where it's going to be hard and strong and heavy, and knowing that there might be incidents of lightning, then the population can prepare itself. But of course, the lightning arresters are another way of fighting back. Lightning arresters cost about $3. Not many families can afford that away from the capital city. And where this lightning happened is about 350 kilometers from the capital city. So that's also another conversation to get into. Maybe have local innovations for lightning arresters that are not as expensive as $3 in the capital city.
I mean, you just took the question out from my mouth, because I was going to say, how affordable and accessible are these lightning arresters? And in the event that they are not as affordable as you have mentioned, what option is the average Ugandan left with?
Yeah, that's another question to look at very broadly. When you look at the household earnings away from the city center, they are down to about $15 a month. So if a family has to spend $3 on a lightning arrester, that's something that could be a major spending for them. But what can be done are local innovations. In many towns around the country, there are local innovations for steel plating, which creates for lightning arresters. So maybe time is ripe for us to start to explore and have local innovations for lightning arresters other than the expensive ones that are sold in the capital city.
Right. I mean, it's unfortunate to hear that these young people, died from that experience rather yesterday. But I'm just wondering, how informed are the people? Even though Uganda National Meteorological Authority is warning of enhanced rainfall, how is the country bracing for this at a bigger level? And the people, how well informed and prepared and ready are they for this sort of information, expecting this to happen in the near future?
So rainfall has dire straits, particularly in our country. In the eastern part of the country, normally leads to mudslides, landslides. And over the last 10 years, families have been asked to move from areas where mudslides happen and come to the field and plains. In the western part of the country, rainfall particularly affects the planting seasons. And we are an agricultural country, so if planting seasons are affected, then people's incomes are affected thereafter. What's been happening over the years has been consistently urging people to prepare themselves for large rainfall, but also start to prepare themselves for any eventualities that might come from that rainfall. We are perhaps one of the few countries in Africa where we have a ministry for disaster preparedness. There's a whole ministry dedicated towards averting potential disaster coming from rainfall. And of course, we are in the rain belt. This country is the place where the equator crosses. So we have rains almost every annual seasons. So the best thing that's been happening is having a meteorological authority, let people know what's coming, and then having a disaster prepared ministry to deal with whatever disaster might come out of the rain. But also you have local innovations, like I've told you. You have very many populations which have found some local innovations to deal with the rainfall. In the east, like I've told you, people know now to know when the rainfall is coming and move away from areas where mudslides would have happened. So they have early warning systems that they use. In the west, like I've told you, there are local innovations for lightning arresters. There are local innovations for collecting rainfall and using that water towards other purposes like irrigation. And maybe more of those innovations might help the country moving forward.
Indeed. We look forward to seeing more of those innovations. Thank you so very much, Raymond Mujuni, for your time, and do keep safe out there as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, former Minister of Aviation Femi Fani-Kayode has rendered an apology to a journalist for the verbal harassment he meted out during a recent press conference in Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Fani-Kayode also apologized to the Nigerian Union of Journalists, family members and friends and colleague of the Daily Trust reporter Charles Eyo. Speaking on Friday during a press conference at the Government House in Uyo, the ex-minister said he disappointed himself and everyone, noting that his reaction was undefendable.
Nobody funds me for anything. As a leader, you make sacrifices. As a leader, you spend your own resources. And that's what I've always done since I've been in this game for the last, since 1990. I've been in politics, just as my father was before me, just as my grandfather was before me. And we make sacrifices. Nobody funds me. And let me tell you why it's important, or bankrolls me. Let me tell you why it's important that that doesn't happen. The minute you're being funded or bankrolled by anybody, you cannot speak your mind. Of course I have regrets. It was not my finest day. It was not my finest performance. And I lost control. I was annoyed. And I allowed my anger to becloud my better judgment. And I did it in a way that, at that point, I really didn't care who was listening. If you remember, I said, look, let the cameras be rolling. I just don't care. Nobody, no leader should get to that point. And it was, I disappointed myself, my family, I disappointed my friends, my leaders, those that brought me into, or really trained me and brought me into the public limelight and into public office, like President Obasanjo and so many others who I revere. I disappointed myself, so I deeply regret it. Nobody at any time should react in such a way.
Away from that, mosques reopened in Egypt on Friday for the first time since March to accommodate Friday prayers as the government eased restrictions to curb the spread of COVID-19. Egypt closed mosques and banned public gatherings in March to contain the spread of COVID-19, but gradually eased restrictions in June and July when coronavirus infections started to decrease. Mosques reopened for the first time late June with strict health and safety protocols, but worshippers were not allowed to perform the Friday prayer, which usually sees the highest turnout. Cairo's historic Al-Azhar Mosque opened its doors to scores of worshippers, including men and women, even non-Egyptians. And to the foreign news now, where Jacob Blake, the African-American shot 7 times in the back by police in the U.S. state of Wisconsin, has been handcuffed to his hospital bed, his family has confirmed. Blake was paralyzed by the shooting, and it is not clear if he will recover. Police in Kenosha told the BBC that he was in custody for previous warrants and the handcuffs were part of the policy.
Guilty! Guilty! Racism against Trayvon Martin. We find them guilty. Guilty. Racism against George Floyd. we find them guilty. Racism against Jacob Blake. Abdul Dawala. If I said the name wrong, Allah forgive me. Guilty!
I wish George were here to see this right now. That's who I'm marching for. I'm marching for George, for Brianna, for Ahmaud, for Jacob, for Pamela Turner, for Michael Brown, Trayvon, and anybody else who lost their lives or are too evil. As of now, everybody out here right now, our leaders, they need to follow us while we're marching to enact laws to protect us.
Man, it's hard, man.
What we need is change, and we're at a point where we can get that change, but we have to stand together. We have to vote.
Quite unfortunate indeed. And away from that to the business news. The National Bureau of Statistics said on Friday that the foreign capital flows into Nigeria fell by 78% to $1.29 billion in the second quarter of this year from $5.85 billion in the first quarter. The NBS, in its capital importation report for second quarter of 2020, said the total value of capital importation into the country in the period represented a decrease of 77.88% compared to the first quarter of 2020 and 78.60% in the second quarter of 2019. It said foreign direct investment, which accounted for 11.47% of the total capital imported into the country, fell by 30.65% to $148.59 million from $214.25 million in the first quarter of 2020. That's it in business. And still ahead will be the entertainment news.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show. And on a sad note, on the entertainment news, Chadwick Boseman, the star of Black Panther, passed away on Friday after a 4-year battle with colon cancer. His passing was confirmed through a statement posted on his social media. According to the statement, the actor was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer in 2016 and battled with it as it progressed to stage 4. Chadwick Boseman passed away at his home with his wife and family by his side. The actor never spoke publicly about his diagnosis. Boseman's career first exploded with his portrayals of Black American icons Jackie Robinson and James Brown. He is survived by his wife and family. And may God rest him. And that's it on entertainment. The very best in sports comes up right after this break. Stay with us. And in the sports news, Naomi Osaka said on Friday she never thought her call for racial justice would garner the attention it did, as she does not want to be called brave for taking a stand that led to a one-day stoppage at this week's U.S. Open tune-up event in New York. The 22-year-old Japanese had initially said she would not play her Thursday semi-final in a bid to spark a conversation about racism following the police shooting of a black man in Wisconsin last week. Officials then suspended that day's matches, and on Friday, Osaka walked on the court for her semi-final wearing a T-shirt with a picture of a clenched fist and the words "Black Lives Matter" on the front. The tennis player said she thought the reaction to her stance was something more reserved for some of the game's bigger names like Roger Federer, Rafa Nadal, Novak Djokovic, and Serena Williams.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's definitely a bit eye-opening, but in an odd way, because I only previously thought like the big three and Serena would have that type of power. But also at the same time, I recognize the fact that maybe the WTA and ATP wanted to do something like this, but they needed a push from a player to do something like this. So maybe I was sort of their, that one player. But yeah, I think it's definitely really cool of them to do this and for them to be open to changing for social issues. Honestly, when I posted it, I just thought it would make rounds in the tennis circle. I wasn't aware the reach that it would get. So if I'm being completely honest, it was a bit frightening for me, and I had to turn off my phone because I get really anxious whenever I see people talking about me. But then honestly, I did put myself in that situation, so that was kind of stupid. But yeah, I would just say I didn't expect the response that I got.
And that's it in sports and also a news roundup of events at this hour. For more news and update, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, on Twitter and Instagram. And remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back again with more stories making the headlines. Join us again. I am Amaka Okoye saying, have yourselves a great day ahead of you.
You're welcome. On this episode of One on One, we have two guests, two outstanding photographers whose legends are already being told. In the first part, Kelechi Amadiobi tells us of his journey to photography away from his first degree, which is law. Enjoy. For over 2 decades, our guest today, Kelechi Amadiobi, has remained at the forefront of photography in Nigeria. He has worked with celebrities, including presidents of Nigeria, both past and present. He first qualified as a lawyer before settling to full-time art. He talks to us today about his work and the future of photography. Thank you very much for coming on the program.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Let's talk about photography. How is it in this country today?
Photography is on a meteoric rise in terms of relevance right now. We're in a digital age, and there is an insatiable appetite for imagery right now. And I would say it's a stroke of luck to be born at this time as an image maker, because then you become very relevant.
But one would worry that with the advent of so much digitalization, we have smartphones that are almost as crystal as that. Isn't that taking away a bit from the work that you do? When everyone, just like in journalism, where you have citizen journalists, you now have everybody says, I'm a photographer.
Oh, well, it's interesting. What has happened is that because everybody has a smartphone with a reasonably powerful camera on it, people then appreciate what you do as a photographer. People then understand that it is not the camera that takes the picture, it is the mind of the photographer. People start to appreciate the photography eye more because everybody then has a good camera with them, you see. So now, when you say you're a photographer, a professional photographer, people understand that there are other skills apart from the equipment.
True. That's, I mean, I didn't look at it that way, but now that you've said it, I'm sure a lot of persons will say, okay, when I say I'm a photographer, it doesn't mean I'm hungry. All right, let's look at modeling. It's part of what you do. You deal with models and, you know, get them to look good on camera and all of that. But after that life, should they be having backups?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those people that don't believe in plan B. You know, I just had one plan. I had one goal, to be an artist. And yes, I studied law. I mean, it's a long story, but to cut a long story short, in those days when we grew up, our parents always wanted us to study certain courses, law, medicine, and my family wasn't any different.
Yes, you came from a family of lawyers. That's one of the things I saw when I was reading about you. Yeah.
You know, my father was a high court judge. We have 4 lawyers in the house, you know, and doctors also. You know, it's a basic requirement in my house. But then I've always had a passion for the arts, and I decided to follow my passion. And
you think this caused some sort of upheaval?
Oh well, you know, I had a turning point when I was in university. I came across a book called The Spirit of Apollo, which is like, you know, the Apollo space shuttle.
Oh, okay.
You know, the idea of having a dream, you know, to put a man on the moon, and that was one of those self-help books. And I came to crossroads, and it sort of clarified, you know, all my conflicts. I made a decision that this is something I know I'm really good at in comparison to other regular people, and this is what I would like to do for the rest of my life if there was no possibility of failure. So if you take fear away, then it becomes very clear.
But not many models or photographers are, you know, as persistent and, I mean, one-track minded about growing their career in a particular line. There are those, Naomi Campbell, we still know her as a model, but not so many are able to sustain the publicity and the notoriety that's needed to make a revenue. So to such people, what would you say?
Well, the truth is that you need to evolve. Even photography, even art. My career has always been evolving. I started as a painter. I first started as a watercolor artist, and then I moved to oil. And from oil, I moved to photography. From photography, I became a publisher. From becoming a publisher, I'm now doing cinematography a little bit. You know, I mean, it keeps evolving. You cannot stay in one place. It's a creative world. People's tastes change, the economy changes, and things shift, the economy shifts. So if you're a model, first of all, being a model is a transient thing. It's got to do with what people are looking for at a particular time. So if you're a young model, then it is your youth that matters. Then you need to transit into an older model, maybe. Do you want to become an actor? Maybe. Do you want to become a TV presenter? You know, there are so many ways.
Consistently refining your
Some people then build a very strong brand and then start to sell other things under the name of that brand. So there are so many ways, but you cannot stay in one place, because the inevitable thing that must happen is change. And if you stay in one place relative to others, maybe you're moving backwards.
Okay, I was going to ask you something else, but something you said about also delving into other areas. You were a publisher, or you are still a publisher to a certain degree.
Mania was a magazine I started publishing because I needed an outlet to express my fashion photography world. And at the same time, I also realized that the continent of Africa was in dire need of rebranding, and you need to put your money where your mouth is. And we decided to start putting up a magazine, a women's fashion magazine that would provide an avenue for all the talents, writers, stylists, designers, fashion designers and makeup artists, to showcase their work and speak to the rising fashion world. And expose that to the rest of the world. It worked very well,
So is it still in publication?
Well, we had to stop. And now we're about to start something else, another publication, which you would get to hear
look forward
about.
to it. Yes. Okay, you don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but it should be nice to get an idea of what it's about.
Well, it's a more global sort of publication. I have partners on it. It will be revealed in time.
Okay, I'll wait for it and get you on it. But let's look at some of the discoveries, like Olajumoke. We heard of your work with Bukola. Where is she now? First off, tell us how that happened.
Well, the truth is this. Every model that you see was sort of discovered by somebody. Somebody needed to look at them and say, oh, like Oluchi. They say, oh, look at this tall girl. Why don't you go and compete for, Face of Africa? Or the way T.Y. Bello discovered Olajumoke just perchance. But this also happened while I was shooting, what is his name, Jidenna, and then I saw this girl on the road, and I thought, wow, what an interesting, and I gave her my number. Eventually she came, took a picture, and people fell in love with her picture. And well, instantly she started, she walked on the runway for Lagos Fashion Week, that year, and she's a practicing model now, But the truth is that what we do affords us the opportunity, to look and see things in a different way that other people may not, and then by the time we put it together, people then start to see value.
What you saw in the raw and translated for others.
It's a privilege that we have. It's one of those things where you can take two things and put them together and you create a new thing. You take a bread seller and put her in fashion outfit, she becomes a model. So it's one of those beautiful things that could happen.
I guess that's what keeps you going most of the time. But let's look at the transcendent nature of fame when it comes to the stars, models, all the noise come. The case of Olajumoke, somebody was asking the other day, where is she? What has happened to her? She suddenly went quiet. What about Bukola? What is it? Is it that it has something to do with the pressure of the fame or the need to stay at a particular level and they couldn't sustain it?
Well, the truth is that everything depends on the individual. I mean, opportunities may come, but the question is, who are you becoming? And what have you decided to do with it? So you look at it, yes, fame, but fame is a function of what you have done, right? It can come suddenly, but how do you sustain it? You understand? So it all depends. It's a lot of work. It doesn't just sustain itself.
Let's look at your work with celebrities. You've been in the spotlight a whole long time.
Yes.
You've worked with presidents. Tell us a bit about some of the people you've worked with.
Oh, well, I mean, I've always, my whole career, for the past 20 to 30 years has been about telling the story of the continent of Africa. But it's to tell the other side of the story, the triumphant, the achievements. You see, I do believe that perception is reality. It is how we perceive ourselves that determines how we act. And at the beginning of that department are image makers. And I always tell people, I mean, I've worked with so many. I mean, look, these days I do a lot of corporate work, so I'm shooting all the billionaires. I'm shooting, sometimes you find yourself shooting an election poster, of a president, and things like that. So at the end of the day, for me, it's about telling that story on a daily basis. I've been shooting Nigerian music and entertainment industry, from the actors to the actresses, you name them. I mean, from Genevieve to Omotala to the older ones to the new ones.
So I saw some of them on your website. Just a quick thought about the experience, this experience. What are the lessons that you took away, that you continuously seem to take away when you interact with these people?
Well, I've always, a lot of times you look at it and you look at how did these people achieve what they've achieved, and you find that there's a thread that runs along the line of each of these people. It's about dedication, it's about consistency, it's about focus, and all I'm interested in is how do we get our people to understand that they are this great and that they should just understand that they're that way and continue and find what we need to contribute to the world. Recently, Donald Trump banned Nigeria, and people are like, look at the demographics of Nigerians in the United States. They are the most well-educated, they are the most accomplished. Now, that is the story that we need to tell. Our people need to understand that we are people of excellence.
Indeed, we are. So what do we expect from you in the coming days? You have a big thing in the net, but what are the things? Who are you working with currently?
Oh, well, the next thing I'm about to do is to unbundle all the knowledge and let the younger ones understand how we got where we are and how to get there, So for me, in the next few years, I'm going to be teaching a lot and let people understand how I see, and I'm able to make all these images. People are very curious about it. So I'm going to let all the secrets out.
Oh, I want to be in the class as well. Thank you very much for coming on the program today.
You're welcome.
It's been a pleasure talking with you.
Same here.
I trust you enjoyed our chat with Kelechi. Next up is Dayo Adedayo, the man who has chronicled Nigeria in a very unique way, documenting our landmarks in photographs. I'm positive you will have a good time. Our guest on the program is Dayo Adedayo, a British-trained Nigerian photographer, cultural anthropologist, and an author. He published his first book titled Nigeria, a pictorial informative compendium on Nigeria in 2010. A centenary edition of Monopoly Nigeria by Best Man Games, released into the market in 2014, had 98% of pictures from Adedayo's archives. So also all the pictures on display at the presidential wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. This Nigerian was a member of the Nigeria Board on Technical Education, charged in 2012 to look into setting up photography as a course in Nigerian polytechnics. Interestingly, all the watermarked images on the Nigerian e-passport is his handiwork. He is also an external examiner at Auchi Polytechnic, among many other responsibilities. He graces us with his presence for an interview in our studios. Thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Have you always known you wanted to be a photographer? You are extremely good at it.
Oh, thank you. It's not something I knew I would do.
Okay.
I was trained as an agricultural, extension worker.
Oh, really?
Yes, and but I've been in photography from the age of 18. And what happened? Life, when it rains, you look at the rainbow. And at the end of the day, it's something I find myself, something I'm at peace with myself. But it all boils down to being a shy person.
Oh, you don't look shy.
I love to be behind the camera. So that takes away me having a conversation with anybody.
Shoot
taking
it.
Pictures
Okay, tell us a bit about your work. I can see you have some new works already. Tell us about what you do.
At the moment, I'm very much into documenting Nigeria. I don't want to say documentary.
Okay.
Documenting Nigeria. I've taken it as a personal project.
You already have some work done on Nigeria. You visited how many states already?
I've visited all the states, 774 local governments.
And documented
everything. And at the moment, I have over 4 million images on Nigeria. And having said that, I'm going back to each of the states again to have a comprehensive images. As of today, I have about 4 books on, 4 states under my wing. There is nothing you will mention in Rivers State, Lagos State, Ogun State, Borno State. Rivers, Ogun, Lagos, and Borno that I don't have. Okay. Everything, landmark, historical, monuments, everything I've captured. Of course, things are changing, the landscape is changing as well. Lagos and Ogun most especially.
Now, what would be, which of these states rather, would you say was your favorite pictorially?
Borno State.
Why is that?
Borno State, the appellation is the home of peace. before Boko Haram, if I'm not living in Lagos or Abuja, I will live in Maiduguri.
I'm thinking you're the first person to say that ever.
Because Borno State is just too beautiful. Probably because I grew up in the south. Going to Borno State was just something else because as far as the eye could see, pure sand, desert. So it's quite interesting, and the people are very receptive, and life there is very peaceful. You don't have the religious fundamentalism of what you have in the Northwest. The North is a bit mix of Christians and Muslims, and in Borno State they are Kanuris. So probably their cultural orientation is quite different from the rest of the country. And not just that alone, if you're in Borno State, you are more likely to be an international trader because it's boundary Chad, Niger, and Cameroon.
I'm sure a lot of persons didn't know that until today. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's talk about photography in Nigeria. We'll get back to some of your works in a bit. Where are we? How far have we come? And where do you see us going?
In the Nigeria of today, I would say we've not started.
Really?
Yeah, no, we've not started anything on photography at the moment. And I see myself with the likes of Kelechi Amadi, Don Baba, oh my God, I've forgotten his name now, the man of the Niger Delta, one of the best documentary photographer ever in Nigeria. He knows the Niger Delta in and out. I will remember his name
in the course of the conversation.
Okay. And I'll see ourselves as John the Baptist, the forerunners. Why? Because the guy that came after us, or the generation before us, do not have that kind of education. They see them as T-boys or things like that. So the respectability, George Oshodi.
Okay, yeah, George Oshodi.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the generation before us do not have a very good foundation for us, with the exception of 3 people, Uncle Sumismat Cole, who studied in California. Then you have the wartime photographer, Peter Obi. And there is someone who is a living legend, and people hardly talked about him, which is really sad.
Who is this person?
Cornelius Oyemade. He's in his 80s now. And of course, Jackie Phillips passed away. He's into portraiture. Because photography is like medicine. Everybody has his area of specialty.
Yes.
And the future is bright because the younger ones are well educated. Unfortunately, Auchi Polytechnic has bailed the cat in training photography. Before Auchi Polytechnic, everybody thinks photography is portraiture and social photography, weddings and the rest of that.
So how are you coping? I asked the same question of your colleague Kelechi when he was with us. How are you coping with the digitization of everything? Everybody has a smartphone. Everybody is a photographer. We have Instagram, we have Twitter, all this picture sharing platform. How has it affected photography as you know it, making a comparison of the old days and today?
In terms of creativity, we are not getting better photographers today because even your mobile phones will take pictures that you will just drop your jaw. In a way, digitalization is killing the profession. And that is the more reason you are seeing more and more poorer photographers, because a lot of companies are doing things themselves in terms of advertisement, because you can use your mobile phone to do videos, you can use it to take pictures, post it on Instagram. You don't need huge megapixels to take pictures these days to post on social media for you to make sales, because that is where the money is. Fashion and advertisement. That is where you make the bulk of money in photography. So in the absence of that, where will you make money from? Because social photography is not something you can rely on, because if you don't work tomorrow, the next tomorrow, the camera itself is post-production.
Right.
Post-production is easier because you have computers which are faster, and lots of softwares are in the market that you can use to manipulate images. In those days, pre-1990, virtually everything is manual. You need to buy different films, 5 ISO, to 6400 to shoot. But in those days, those things are not there. One is for you to shoot, and the other thing is post-production. So in post-production, a lot of things do. It's just like video. When you are editing, you can add a lot of effects and stuff.
Yes.
So digitalization has enhanced that. But in terms of the quality of work that has been produced through the camera, not much. The best pictures ever were all taken on manuals. And today, a lot of professionals in Europe and North America are going back to films.
Long term, what will be the effect on this, on photography as we know it?
There is a saying that you have to change with time. Nothing is constant. What will happen is, even though when photography came, artists in those days said, oh, it's going to kill your business. Because now you can get an instant picture instead of sitting down for hours for someone to paint you. It can only get better. More people will be drawn into it, but there will be less and less photographers in court. Because if you have your mobile phone and you can take very fantastic pictures, what's the point of going to the studio to photograph, to take pictures with your family? Because you can as well, a 2-3-year-old can now take pictures.
Tell us about this book that you have.
And that is the beauty of going beyond the lens. My take is you have to go beyond the lens. This is Yoruba Proverbs. Oh. And since the history, since the creation, or since the existence of the Yoruba race, nobody has ever produced this.
Really?
Because now I'm taking pictures to illustrate a proverb. What you usually see before now are illustrations. But this takes a lot of depth, a lot of thinking for you to see an image and now adapt it. You see photography, but in another way. I mean, if you are not Yoruba, or even if you are Yoruba, you see the picture, you read the proverb, the translation. It's much easier for you to go with.
I always wanted to learn Yoruba language.
It's just I wanted to learn the Hausa and Igbo, so I won't be lost wherever I find myself in Nigeria. And then you find Ogun State as well.
Oh.
All right, so this is a snapshot of Ogun State. There's another one that I'm working on, which is very comprehensive, about 500 pages. So whatever you're looking for in Ogun State will be in that book. Pictorially, this is just pictures, and it tells you a bit of story on the state itself.
So what are we expecting? You alluded to a lot of work in the pipeline. You still want to amplify what you've done in states across the country. So let's say in the next couple of years, what should we be expecting from you?
You should understand me. That's what I do. I don't have any other business. I'm useless once you take me out of photography. But God has been very kind to me. It's not as difficult as people think it is, because I might go away for a month, for 2 months, then for the rest of because I only work once a year, for the rest of the year, I'm home.
What's the market, rather, for these? Do you have people really patronizing your work once it is completed?
Like I said, God has been very kind to me. All my books all been sold out, and as a rule, I don't reprint.
Okay, why is that?
It's a work of art. It's not biscuits that you just buy, run out, go to the factory and reproduce. So you'll be lucky to have a part of me with you, because a lot of thinking has gone into it. I do the design, everything by myself. I have people to edit. You know, it's not your run of the mill to say, okay, I self-publish as well. You know, so it's something I really handled personally. All my books has always been sold out.
Post COVID-19, what kind of pictures do you see you would be taking?
I started on a documentary because we had similar experience between 1918 and 1920. I've read a lot about it. Just text, but no images, aside from the one from Spain in a big hospital, grainy black and white pictures. I've taken some images of Lagos that it might never happen again in another 100 years. That you see Lagos as empty as nobody. It is just unbelievable. And I hope to go back to the same spot same time, and just document that. So in another 100 years, when we are long gone, those are the images that people will see that, oh, at this point in time when they have coronavirus in the year 2020, this is how the city looked like then. You know, and for me, I'm just trying to document our civilization, because at the end of the day, I'm taking pictures today. Tomorrow is no longer a picture.
It's history.
It's now a document that you can use in a court of law. It's history, and you cannot rewrite it.
Exactly. Thank you very much for all that you do, and we look forward to all the beautiful things to come.
Thank you for having me. I'm really grateful.
And that's our conversation for today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got an idea of how beautiful this country truly is. More conversations like this here on Plus TV Africa. Do take care of yourself, and I will see you soon enough.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Somehow our society makes us judge monkeys by their ability to swim. So we don't give young people an opportunity to explore their potential. We've confused education and schooling. Sometimes school actually makes you less educated. The teaching profession is one of the most downgraded professions in the society. College of educations have been designed to be for the least qualified, those who could not make it to the university. Very soon, you realize that students will sit down and across the world, they would pick their teachers. And I think education is also on the verge of that disruption. If we should get a random sample and ask them, what's the vision of Nigeria? I can tell you that nobody will tell me.
So if you have to give Nigeria a vision, it's based on the capacity you have seen and help to improve to a certain degree.
I would say we could be the human resource capital of the world.
Premieres this Monday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast at 8:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Many thanks for joining us on the show today. This is Plus Sports Special on Plus TV Africa, and it's the weekend. We're excited to be here to give you the very best of analysis on stuff breaking around the world of sports. I'm with Doka and Joko, and it promises to be a great show. Now let's move to Turkey this morning, and football in that part of the world was halted and postponed to a later date because of the coronavirus pandemic. And now we understand that the 2020-2021 season is set to kick off on the 11th of September. Now, to draw more light on this, we have Pascal Nbey all the way from Istanbul, Turkey, a sports consultant, joining us to talk about this. Good to have you with us, Pascal.
A very good morning to you, Doka. Fantastic day. Surely is going to be out here, and I see that you're looking really good,
Yeah, thank you very much, and I hope you're keeping safe out there.
About what happened earlier due to the coronavirus pandemic when they went on a break, and they came back and made sure that they finished at the league. But this time around, in the Super League, talking about the topmost division in the Turkish league, there was no relegation, only promotion, which means this season, talking about the 2020-2021 season, we'll have 21 teams competing for the prestigious Turkish Super League trophy. And talking about the second division, where there will still be 18 teams. And from the Super League, at the end of this season, there will be 4 teams getting relegated at the end of the league.
True. I also heard something about the transfer market. Is there anything new that will be going down with the transfer market over there in Turkey?
Yeah, a lot has surely been going down. Talking about our own Nigerian players, beginning with a man called Brown Ideye, who won the Nations Cup with Nigeria back in 2013 as he made his switch from Aris Thessaloniki in Greece to Göztepe down here in the Turkish Super League. Yesterday, there was also an official announcement from Konyaspor, from Edwok, who made a one-year loan switch from Hajduk Split in Croatia, and 2 other players who have also made a move to the same club, talking about Menemespor, in the persons of Bernard Boubois, a former under-20 Nigeria national team player, and a former Kano Pillars player in the person of Ibrahim Al-Hassan, who made a switch from Altay SK in the Turkish TFF1 league. And another man too, Sunday Alini from Galatasaray, making a permanent move to Eskişehirspor in the first division. These are like the confirmed deals that have happened at the moment. But there are lots of players who are rumored to be coming to the Turkish Super League at the end of the day.
Yeah, so does this mean that some of these Nigerian players have found home in the Turkish Super League?
I would say Turkey and Africa have had a kind of good relationship. It's not a relationship that started yesterday. It's been a long time. This relationship has been on from the likes of JJ Okocha, Uche Okechukwu back in the days, where they played for Fenerbahce, and the man Dandubu Amokachi, who also played for Besiktas back in the days too. So you could see that there's a long relationship between Turkey and African players, especially Nigerian players.
True. Now, looking at the players who have moved over to Turkey, talking about some of these Nigerian players, do you think they stand a chance to compete for a role in the Super Eagles, knowing that some other players play in the top flight division in other leagues across Europe?
As I would say, the national team is not for a specific kind of people. Everyone has the right, to play for the national team. Even you, Doka, if you're fit enough, I believe that you could also make it in the national team. So wherever you are, I believe if you're doing your business very well, if you know what you're doing, I believe you stand a chance, to play in the national team. So, talking about the man in Turkey here, he plays in the first division, talking about Shehu Abdullahi, the national team player. That tells you how Genetwa believes in him, and Genetwa sees that he's one man who can really bring a lot of things, to the Super Eagles.
True. Now, a lot of people have compared the Turkish league, comparing it to the other leagues in Europe, like the EPL, the Spanish La Liga, and the likes. But these players, the likes of Alimi, there's also Brownie there, who I would say is well experienced. Going over to Turkey, would you say it's an upliftment in his football career?
At this point in time, talking about upliftment or maybe demotion, I don't think that's what's key at this point in time, because taking a look at what the coronavirus pandemic, cost, a lot of players who were meant to make some supposed moves were not able to make some supposed moves. But at this point in time, we're talking about the balance. He should be in a team where he's playing week in, week out. So far, he's doing the business of football properly and efficiently on the field of play. I believe he's doing well for himself. Brown Ideye has been one man who has been consistent, in the European scene. From when he made the move first in Switzerland, I can remember back then for Newcastle Xamax, and he made that switch to Sochaux in France, and from there to Ukraine to West Bromwich Albion. And you see the teams he has played for in Europe. He has shown that consistency that I know what it takes, to play for a European top side. And anytime, I play for any team, I always give my best. That's the man Brown Ideye for me.
All right, and once again, looking at the players playing in the Turkish Super League, we have the likes of Brown Ideye, Ememe Duok. And Ememe Duok, I remember him when he played for Enyimba, emerging as the highest goal scorer in the NPFL. I think he scored about 23 goals. And after that season, he left the shores of Nigeria for greener pastures. There's also Ibrahim Alassane, Sunday Alimi, and for the rumored moves, they have the likes of Olarewaju Kayode, Samuel Adegbenro, and Shehu Abdullahi. All these guys lighting up Turkish football over there in Turkey.
Very true. Now, talking about the rumors, the man Olarewaju Kayode was also very, very exceptional last season for Gaziantep, in the Turkish Super League. He scored fantastic goals for this team, and his goal was he almost scored the best goal in the league last season, if not for the VAR that cancelled that goal. And we hear rumors that he might be coming back to the Turkish Super League, as a host of teams are definitely trying to cut this man back to the Turkish Super League. Something, when you know how to do the business of football properly on the field of play, everyone will surely be looking at ways to bring you back to their team, because he made a mark out here in Turkey, and I believe that a lot of teams will surely want him to come and play for them. The man Samuel Adegbenro has been doing so well for BK Rosenborg out there in the Norwegian league, and I see him as a player who has a very bright future ahead of him, and coming down to Turkey might not be a bad idea at the end of the day for him. So far, he still comes down here and does very well for the team. Now, Shehu Abdullahi, for Shehu's case, I think it's a thing of him playing in the first division in the Turkish league. And we remember in the past when Genesra has talked about players, who want to play for the Super Eagles should be playing for the top division side of their respective leagues. Shehu Abdullahi is one man who has so much quality for his team, Bursaspor, out here in the Turkish first division league. He's done so well for them. He's a leader he's a leader out there for them. He's been able to galvanize that team together and push them forward. They just missed out on promotion last season. But talking about this season, I believe a lot of Super League teams have seen that this man is not meant to be in Bursaspor. He should be playing in the topmost division out here in this league. So a lot of teams right now, both inside Turkey and outside Turkey, are definitely looking for a way to cut this man. And also, one man who we saw is currently training with a Turkish first division side, Tuzlaspor, in the person of Chidebere Nwakali. I remember him in the under-17 back in 2013, where he was the teammate of Super Eagles player Kelechi Iheanacho. We hear also he might be signing for Tuzlaspor at the end of the day out here in the Turkish league.
Wow, great one for Nigerian players out there. And with all these players getting to sign top deals outside the shores of Nigeria, it means that there's a bright future for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. The same thing we've been preaching year in, year out for Nigerian footballers.
Right about now, you could see that Nigerian players are like the most attractive set of players in European football. Recently we saw what happened with our own Victor Osimhen. How he made that switch to Napoli. It's a very, very good one for the country, because everyone will be asking the question, if we can get an Osimhen, which means there are so many other Osimhens, out there in Nigeria. And also another man yesterday who made the switch to CSKA Moscow in Russia, talking about Chidera Ejuke. Another interesting talent. You could see how these talents are springing up left, right, and center, lighting up the European scene. It tells a lot, about the quality in Nigerian football. That wherever our players go to, they always shine, but they don't wither.
Wow, thank you very much. And looking at the restart of the league now, what measures are they taking, the medical officials? What are they doing to ensure safety of players and fans? Because recently we heard that for English football, fans will be allowed to wear face masks into the stadium, but when they get to their seats, they can take it off. And and no celebration of goals and all that. They should also maintain social distancing, which I do not agree with. If you're going to get into the stadium, you have to have your mask on from beginning to the end of the game. But I don't know what it is over there for the Turkish League.
Right about the Turkish League, I believe they will be continuing what they started after the resumption from the pandemic. Just only the players, no fans allowed into the stadium. That's playing behind closed doors. And also, we know how they position the players, talking about the bench, whereby they have to sit far away from each other, just to be very cautious. But looking at what happened in the English Premier League, it's very funny, where you say wear your mask into the stadium, but when you get in, you can remove it. I think these restrictions, are very funny to me. They're very, very funny. And I believe with time, we'll surely get out of this pandemic and things will return back to normal.
All right. Before I let you go, I want to get your prediction for the Community Shield that will be going down later today, Liverpool versus Arsenal. What do you think it will go to?
Liverpool Football Club have surely shown that they are a quality side, and even against Arsenal Football Club, they've shown how superior they are to Arsenal. But you can't write off Arsenal just like that, because we saw what happened in the FA Cup final against Chelsea. And we might be seeing a rejuvenated Arsenal side at the end of the day, with the man Mikel Arteta taking charge of that team in the middle of the season last time out. So it's going to be a tough one, but looking at Liverpool's friendly game against Red Bull Salzburg during the week, I see a side that is ready to get back to action. Even if the match ended 2-2, I still see that team that can break down defenses. I still see that team whose transitional play is top-notch. And Liverpool, to me, should be wrapping it up this time around.
All right, so Liverpool for the win. Talking about the Community Shield against Arsenal. Let's see how that turns out for both clubs. Actually, both of them wear red, so we can actually say the red side of London football. But thank you very much for your time, Pascal, and please continue to stay safe out there.
Okay, thank you very much, Udoka, and have a great day.
Yeah, have a great day as well. Well, that was Pascal Nbe giving us all the updates all the way from Turkey, and for Nigerian players who have signed for new clubs over there in Turkey. Number one on the list has to be no other person than our superstar, Brown Ideye, and we wish all of the players well over there. Let's take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the show.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend. Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry.
You're watching Plus Event
on Plus TV. Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he left me.
He said like I'll give me a job that I'm too short, that I should go, but he did pay me, so that's why I can't sit down like that, so that my children will be hungry.
Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on God, especially if you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Today's top stories are
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street where the
fire destroyed our transformer complete castle.
that you can. Thanks for staying with us. It's still Plus Sports Special and Plus TV Africa. Now let's talk about sports branding. I mean, this service actually helps you attract more fans, sell your merchandise online, and gain new sponsorship and endorsements. You work hard out there on the field to win, but there's a lot of work to do off the field as well. Now, in order to dominate the business side of sports, you have to have a branding strategy that helps you rise above the competition. Now, whether you're a professional athlete or you represent a sports team, you need a solid brand to help rally your fans and increase your following. Now, to tell us more about this, we've got Ayotunde Ogala, the founder of sports and the founder of Eagles Tracker, and of course, a sports marketing and media company. Good to have you with us, Ayo.
Oh, Doka, good. Thank you for having me on. Nice to meet you today.
Yeah, sure. Hope you're keeping safe over there in Canada.
Yes, we're doing our best, you know, wearing our mask when we go out, you know.
True.
But things are even up over here so bad.
Oh, okay. It's not as bad as it used to be.
No, it's not. Numbers now every day in my city are in single digits, so it's not too crazy.
Yeah, we're glad, and we just hope that this pandemic comes to an end very soon to allow everything come back to normal. But then give us more insight on what sports branding is all about, because I am really interested in this.
Okay, so sports branding is something that is very, very interesting to me, and I'm very glad that you had me on to talk about this today. It's the strategic and systemic execution of standing out, being different, creating a positive identity in the mind of your audience. In terms of sports, we're talking about the minds of the fans that you currently have, potential fans, the minds of the sponsors, and even clubs that might sign players. What you're trying to do is you're trying to maximize fan support. The more support you get from the fans, the more you can get from your clubs, from your audience, and from sponsors. Athletes today are always looking for endorsements. But there are certain things that you have to do to set yourself up for those endorsements. So that is what sports branding does for you. It creates a positive identity in the minds of your audience.
True. You know, when you talk about this, bringing it back home to Nigeria, and I've seen a lot of brands that use faces of probably musicians, but rather than use the sportsmen and women. And I wonder, whose fault is it? Is it the fault of the outfits who are running the adverts, or the fault of our sportsmen and women who do not know how to put themselves out there?
You know, that's a very interesting question. I don't like to put 100% blame on the athletes, but I have to say that they take about 80% of the blame. You know, as a brand, you have to do the work to put yourself out there and to create your identity. One thing I tell people is branding is your story. If you don't tell your story, someone is going to tell your story for you, or they're just not going to care about it at all. So that is what tends to happen to a lot of our players or a lot of our athletes in general. We have some examples like Ahmed Musa or Johnny Gallo that do very well to brand themselves, and you see they have endorsements flying in here and there. Other athletes might look at them and wonder how it's happening for them, but it's because of the image that they've created for themselves. The companies also can do some work to create brands for athletes, which is what Eagles Tracker were trying to do. But ultimately, it comes down to the athletes to do majority of the work.
True. Now, talking about the athletes now, in recent times, we saw Chukwueze, who signed a contract deal with Jay-Z's record, trying to remember the name now. They'll be handling everything that concerns his brand. We've also seen the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo get to sign contracts with some major sports brands. Yes, for Chukwueze, it's actually Rock Nation signing for Jay-Z. A lot of this actually happened for our Nigerian footballers. I mean, it's just a few of these Nigerians that actually branded themselves well out there. But for our Nigerian Professional Football League players, it feels like they are getting nothing. What can we do to change the narrative?
So in terms of the NPFL, the Nigerian Professional Football League, I like the fact that you brought that up. I have to say that sports branding is not only about the athletes. The clubs also have a lot of work to do. The Nigerian clubs have to create a positive identity with their fans. Why do the fans want to watch your games? Why do the fans want to support you? Why do they want to buy your tickets? And then the players also need to put themselves out there. Abu Aziz is an example of a player in the Nigerian Professional Football League that I think does a good job of putting himself out there. With social media in 2020, you have access to thousands of people, if not millions at once. And that is something that I always encourage players to take advantage of. Use your social media the right way, and you can create a positive identity for yourself.
True. Now, in as much as we talk about branding, it can also put players in trouble unknowingly. Say, for example, Serena Williams. I remember one time she had a contract with Nike, and she had to put on a Puma jersey. She was actually queried for putting that on. I mean, for our Nigerian players, it can happen. You can unknowingly get to wear another brand instead of representing the one that you stand for. So it might be a difficult thing for our Nigerian athletes to actually go after. But we just believe that someday soon we'll get the necessary recognition out there concerning the Nigerian athletes, because it's just a few of them, and I still wonder why most of these guys don't know how to use the power of the social media. But I'm glad that Eagles Tracker, they're beginning to look into this and shine more light on Super Eagles players.
Yeah, and that's something that we're also trying to educate players on. Aside just talking about them and helping them to increase their value, we're trying to work with them directly and indirectly to teach them about social media, teach them about communication, so that they know the right ways to reach their audiences. You know, it's not just about having an Instagram account. You have to know the right way to use that Instagram account to grow your audience, to attract sponsorships. So we're also trying to work with athletes, work with Nigerian clubs as well, if they would have us come on board, so that Nigerian football in general can go to the highest possible level.
True. Now let's talk about the Eagles Tracker Award. This is supposed to be the first edition, and when I saw it on social media, I was excited, and I saw the number of players that will be getting awards and all that. But tell us more about the Eagles Tracker Award.
Okay. So the Eagles Tracker Award is an initiative that we have over here. We've been able to grow a strong social media following of over 70,000 people right now. So we decided that it is best to celebrate our Nigerian players, the footballers who have been doing very well around the world throughout this season. That was a very, very unfortunately long season for us. We yesterday gave away the first set of awards. We announced the team of the season, which included 11 of the best players that we thought had the most outstanding seasons out of over 250 players that we currently track. So these players, the 11 players, you know for sure, did very well in their clubs. And what we are trying to do with this is to increase the value of these players. A lot of these people might be playing in leagues that not too many people are paying attention to, but we're trying to shine a light on them and let people know that there are these men and these women that are doing very well, representing Nigeria around the world.
True. Now, talking about Eagles Tracker, I mean, how do you get to track these players? And are we just talking about the Super Eagles, or does it spread from the Eagles to the Falcons?
So we currently build a database. Every day the database is growing because we have players reaching out to us. Oh, hey, I play in this country, I play in that country. And it extends to also the women. We cover over 70 ladies right now playing in various leagues around the world. And then we cover over 200 men playing in various leagues around the world. Unfortunately, we haven't even been able to extend to within Nigeria to start to cover the athletes in Nigeria. So you can imagine how many footballers we have that are doing, that are playing football out there and are doing well. You know, so it's something that is not easy, but we are growing and we are happy with the work that we've been able to do so far and the progress.
True, and I just hope that this can actually translate to having more quality players feature for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, because the scouting team is actually doing well for the Super Eagles, getting to look for these players. I'm sure you can actually put in hand too and help grow the Super Eagles team.
Yes, and that is something that is very important to us. Not only the Super Eagles, but even at the youth level. We want a situation whereby everyone knows the players that are doing well. So when it's time to select national teams, we don't get surprised by the names that we see on the list. You know, just today, I had someone talking to me about players in Latvia. And this is something that wasn't very common before to people, for people to know what is going on in the Latvian league. And it's because of Eagles Tracker, we're covering the players that are there. So it's very exciting. Everybody knows the quality players in the several leagues around the world. And it's for sure, I believe, going to improve the national teams. I can say that we have some people that work in the national teams that follow our page. So even if they don't ask us directly, I know that they pay attention to us and see who is doing well.
Thank you very much for your time, Ayo. And I just believe that when it comes to sports branding, our footballers and, of course, all athletes in Nigeria will listen to you and do better for themselves.
Yes, thank you very much once again, Doka, for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
We hope that Nigerian football can go to the highest possible level.
Thank you very much. And not just football now, not just sportsmen and women. I mean, the media as well. We all need one kind of branding or the other to do better out there. And I'm sure you're also looking at this, not just for the football players. You're looking into the media. Maybe you got to teach us one or two things about sports branding off the camera.
So definitely, I have to say, sports branding is not only limited to athletes and clubs. Like you said, media, even the journalists, you know, you can all brand yourselves and create identities. And I always tell people we're always open to collaboration and working with whoever is willing to learn and grow with us. This is something, the digital age is something that is relatively new for us, and we're all learning along as we grow. So we want people to come on board. Whilst we've been able to build a platform to ourselves, and we've been able to stand out from other people in Nigeria, we still believe that there's a lot more that we can learn and we can do for Nigerian sports brands in general.
All right. Thank you once again for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
All right. Let's take another break. And when we come back, we'll dive straight to the world of boxing. We'll be right back.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Somehow our society makes us judge monkeys by their ability to swim. So we don't give young people an opportunity to explore their potential. We've confused education and schooling. Sometimes school actually makes you less educated. The teaching profession is one of the most downgraded professions in the society. College of educations have been designed to be for the least qualified, those who could not make it to the university. Very soon, you realize that students will sit down and across the world, they would pick their teachers. And I think education is also on the verge of that disruption. If we should ask get a random sample and ask them, what's the vision of Nigeria? I can tell you that nobody would tell me.
So if you have to give Nigeria a vision, it's based on the capacity you have seen and helped to improve to a certain degree.
I would say we could be the human resource capital of the world.
Premieres this Monday at 12:30 p.m. with a repeat broadcast at 8:30 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Congratulations, you beat coronavirus hands down.
Yes, I did.
The problem is when people lose confidence in governments, it becomes very serious in emergencies like this.
To all citizens, stay at home in the areas under lockdown.
I never jumped since yesterday. Now ball I dey play. To dey make myself dey happy. For this country, wetin dey happen gan?
They say they share money.
Kò sẹ́ni tó róúnjẹ gbà.
I dey go check my ATM every day, I don't see anything there.
This is indeed the most challenging crisis we have faced since the Second World War.
A week ago, Mutharika declared a state of national disaster.
When you come out of prison, you will not go back.
That's a challenge at the moment.
We have had 100% recovery.
Virus wey they talk about, say hungry big pass am. Understand? No virus wey big pass hungry.
Plus TV Africa.
Plus TV Africa.
Big stories live here.
Yes, it's still Plus Sports Special and Plus TV Africa. Now wrapping up with the world of boxing. Last week we could not finish the discussion with superstar boxer Tony Sugar Salam. Now we have him back with us. Remember, he's a Nigerian boxer who has 14 wins and 2 losses. He has won accolades from around the world and he tends to win more. Good to have you with us, Tony.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Good morning.
Yeah, last week we couldn't finish our discussion on your boxing career, but I'm sure we would have a lot more time to talk about this.
Oh, that's excellent.
Yeah, no, you know, Nigerians would love to know how your journey began in the world of boxing. So I'd like you to tell us that story.
Yeah, that started from a very early stage of my life. I mean, from my childhood, and wasn't taking it seriously at first. Was just doing it that I want to box. I want to learn boxing, you know, to protect yourself and to belong. You know, nowadays in the area I grew up at, you want to have a say wherever you are. Then, as I grew up, and there are people that are doing, they're actually getting attention for what they're doing. And a guy I was training, because I was training some guys then, getting some money on the side. And he told me, yeah, I've been to Rope Park. That's where the Lagos State boxing, Lagos State boxers are boxing amateur trains. And I should go there. I was like, okay. Then I went there, and the first time I went there, I had a sparring, and the coach, I think it was the assistant coach then, Coach Babafemi, and he took interest in me, and from there he started. And here I am today.
Yeah, and I remember there was a time you stopped boxing for about 8 years, and you eventually bounced back. What made you quit the scene, the boxing scene, when you returned? And the funny thing is, you returned on 3 days' notice to defeat an opponent who came from Germany right here in Nigeria.
Wow, that's a long story. We can't dip in too much into that.
So
yeah,
just give us a summary.
Boxing, I had an unfortunate event that happens in my life at the time, and also my both hands and my knees left me, and I've got injury on that. So I stopped boxing. And 2 years ago, I came to Nigeria and I trained. I didn't train actually. I went to a gym and I saw a boxer, you know, and the love is in me. And I went there to do some sparring, and I realized that, yeah, I could get back to this game. I trained for a few months. I didn't see anything productive coming from what I was doing. Then I left it again for another 2 to 4 months. Then I got a call 3 days before the fight to come on fight. But the money was too enticing then. So I took the fight on 3 days short notice with a German heavyweight contender, Eugen Bushmeiler, something like that. Yeah. I defeated him. Do I do best?
All right. There was this most wanted rematch in Africa versus Sting Gonorrenda of Zimbabwe for the WF Africa Cruiserweight title. It was a controversial loss in Zimbabwe, but of course, a masterclass performance in Lagos during the rematch to become champion. Tell us more about this.
That was a good story, actually. It's a mixed story, one sad one and a happy one. Yeah, I went to Zimbabwe to fight Gonorrenda. The guy is a strong fighter and very strong, and he's powerful. But you know how I do. I know how to do the game. My adaptability in this game is got no match. So when I started fighting him, I changed to what I believe can get me the W. And I did what I should do, and I believed, and my team, including the crowd of the Zimbabwean, thinks I won the fight. Unfortunately, the judges saw different things, and they awarded the fight to him, and we protested, and they come to me that you did win the fight, but there's nothing, we cannot do anything officially because you only won with 2 rounds, and which is our balance. And we had a rematch in Lagos, and I promised him what I would do to him, and I knocked him out. And that's what it is. It is what it is.
Yeah, of course. Now, there's this story going around about your beef with another boxer, Duro Dollar. Do you want to share more light on this? Because it feels like this is about to cause World War III in the world of boxing.
This is funny. I don't even like to hear that name, Duro Dollar. I don't like to hear that name. And not because I dislike him personally, not really. It's just the way his persona and some people around him, the way everyone are doing makes everything escalate to the point that it is now. I think if I'm going to tell you the genesis of the story started while I was training in his camp, helping him to go and have a fight overseas, and I didn't like how I was treated. He knows I'm an international boxer, and for the level I was, the way I was treated, I didn't like it, and I believe him and his team could have done more than what they did for me. So, and that's what led me to stop training. That I'm not getting anything from boxing until I got the opportunity to fight the German. Then it started off when I talked to a manager. Right, I'm not unintelligent as he is. I'm well known globally, and I'm connected to few people. And his manager's number was given to me, and I spoke to the manager, and him and his team and his friends think this is something serious, that because that's his manager, I'm not allowed to talk to him, that there's one stupid voodoo or something that if I come, the manager will leave him. So I said to him, hey, listen, bro, I'll talk to the manager if he can help me out. It's got nothing to do with you. I mean, there are managers that have got 20 boxers in the same way. So it's got nothing to do with you. And from there, that's where the beef started. And recently, there was something recently as well on my manager, my promoter put something on social media about what kind of fight the fans would like to see in Nigeria. I mean, you have to realize that we have a lot of talent in Nigeria, but we need a fight that people's hearts will be of the say that, well, who is going to win? No one will know who's going to win. Not a fight that you already know when you come to the fight that this guy is going to win the fight. We don't want that. We want a fight, 50-50 fight. So Salah Gloves Promotion, they put this on online that, well, we would love to see good fights in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And for what he did was he made a comment about, yeah, I'm not a real cruiserweight. That was a light heavyweight that all the guys are fought are bombs and all that. And I found that offensive. That how dare you telling me who are fought are bombs? Who have you fought? Every fight you've had, every meaningful fight, that's 50-50 fight, you've lost all of them, except one that you had a lucky win. And we all know what happened after the fight. You lost in the rematch. So I went to him and I said to him, listen, yeah, that's a bit rich from you. Why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Take a challenge, you and I. Like I said on the night I beat Gunurenda, I was the WBF African champion. You won WBF world champion. So I'm the next guy to fight you. And I called him out that night. Let's have a fight for the fan, for everyone, you know, to see good fight. But he don't want it. I don't blame him. If I was him, I wouldn't want to fight Tony Sugar Salam.
Yeah. You know, well, the question is, who is the best cruiserweight in Nigeria? And the fans of both parties are actually at each other's neck asking the questions. Are we going to be expecting a fight soon? And before you answer, I'll say a big shout out to Saleh Fawaz of Saleh Gloves Promotion. They've been doing a wonderful job for boxing in Nigeria. But are we expecting a fight between Tony Salam and Duro Dollar?
Well, there's one thing, there's one lingo in boxing, right? They call it price out. This guy is already pricing himself out of any negotiation because he's asking for 20 million to fight me. Well, where is he going to get that? He's not going to get that. His last two fights, he didn't get that. Right? If he really want to fight me, if I'm so much of a bad guy that he doesn't like, as he claims that he's so good, he's in a different class to me, why didn't he just fight me? I will fight him anywhere. He's a police officer. I will fight him in police college. In his backyard, I will fight him. I will fight him anywhere. Do you know what? This is our livelihood. We box for a living. Obviously, we're meant to get paid. I really want to shut him up so bad that I will fight him for nothing. So whenever he's ready, I'm ready. I want to fight him. I don't want to fight him. I want to beat him. Because I'm so sure, dead serious, that it's not even going to last 4 rounds with me. So I don't think he's going to fight me. I would love to fight him. I will love to fight him. I will love to destroy him. I really want to destroy him. You know, that's how much I dislike the guy.
Wow. So we're looking forward to that one. I was just hoping that an announcement and an agreement will be made sometime soon for us to enjoy one of the biggest fights in the world of boxing. But looking at some other boxers now, I know it hasn't been going, it hasn't been all rosy for boxing in the country. But what do you think should be done for boxing to get more attention in the country?
Well, we have a lot of boxers in Nigeria. I mean, boxers with good potential, you know, Tyson Kills, Sulaiman Olagbade is one of them. And we have Rilwan Lawal, and we have Ridwan Oladosu, we have Babyface, we have Shepo Taiwo, you know, we have all these boxers, very excellent boxers. And, you know, Tayo Lowo, yeah, I didn't forget about you. And to those that I didn't mention, I couldn't mention all of them. What we need is not just one man. We need the whole process and to be changed. First of all, our fan, the boxing fan out there, we need to get to them. Accessibility. What accessibility are we talking about? Not everyone can come to stadium. Not everyone can come to Roe Park. We need TV coverage. Go TV are doing their own. We need TV coverage. If we get that, that's number one. And we need a lot of sponsors. You know, Coca-Cola. There were sponsors back in the days. And then there's not even, they don't have as much talent as we have today. We need sponsors. And before that, we need TVs to come into the game. And trust me, within a couple of years, we will have one of our boxers or two of our boxers knocking at the world title.
Wow. Thank you very much, Tony Sugar Salam. And as you go, what will be your word of advice to the young boxers out there?
Well, my advice is just there's so much in the game. So what they need to do is, we have people that they are born boxers. What I mean by born boxers, that they are very talented. They don't need to be told. Yeah, they need guidance. That is what you need to do. What they do while they're fighting is not what coaches teach them. You couldn't teach them that. They already know that. But with that, you cannot get anywhere without dedication, self-discipline, which is very important. You know, self-discipline and train, work hard. Work hard. You know, it's not rosy. I train with barefoot. I train with no bandages, let alone gloves. And that's how I got myself to where I am today. You know, if not for the unfortunate event, I could have been somewhere higher than this. You know, some of the guys that I've beaten, Over Mackenzie was on my record, and I beat him, and he actually fought for the IBF, which is the second world-ranked boxing organization in the world. And he drew in Argentina. We all know what that means. It means he won. Can you see the level of reach? And I believe we have so many youngsters that could go past where I've been, you know, where I've got to. So all they need is dedication and prayer, you know, dedication and everything, but prayer. It's all by the mercy of God and the grace of God. End of the day.
Wow. Thank you
You
very much.
can't do anything without God.
Of course, we can't do anything without the Almighty One right there. But thank you very much once again, Tony Sugar Salam, for speaking with us, and we wish you success in your endeavors.
Thanks for having me once again. Thank you.
Please continue to stay safe out there. All right, the world of boxing, and we've heard that Tony Sugar Salam, he wants to fight, he wants to destroy Duro Dollar, and we're waiting for a big announcement, and I'm sure Salih Fawaz are cooking up something, and very soon we just might be having one of the biggest fights in the world of boxing right here in Lagos, Nigeria. Now, wrapping up with some football stories now, we're looking forward to the FA Cup, the FA Community Shield between league winners, Liverpool, and FA Cup winners, Arsenal. Remember, Liverpool won the league title this season, talking about the 2019-2020 season, and Arsenal defeated Chelsea in the finals of the FA Cup 2-1 to set this battle between the two sides later today. Well, Jurgen Klopp has said he wants his team to go all out to get a victory over Arsenal. And Mikel Arteta also wants to get that victory. But Mikel was looking at another angle and concerns the coronavirus. And he said he believes that more results will come out positive in the recent testing being carried out by the medicals right there in England. Let's listen to both coaches. And when we come back, we'll be wrapping up with the show.
We don't have friendlies, really. I know we have testing games or whatever, training games, this kind of stuff, and it's neither nor. It's a competition, and you never have the perfect. It's really rare that you have the perfect time to prepare for a specific game. If you would ask me how long do we want to have time for a preseason, I would say give me six weeks, and it will be with a full squad. That would be great. So we have until the season starts 4 weeks, which will be slightly interrupted by the international duties and all that stuff, and now of course by this game. But how I said, I would be very surprised if this would be the best game we play this season. But we should be ready to fight for a result, because the opponent has a similar situation. So just give it a proper try, give everything you have. And try to win it. That's all what I can say about it. It's not a test game. It's not a friendly. It's a proper game against Arsenal anyway. So we will try whatever we can. Actually, we don't have friendlies, really. I know we have.
I mean, we've obviously seen today with Paul Pogba, and I think Chelsea have got 8 players in quarantine at the moment because of the virus. Is that a sign how, this season is on a bit of a knife edge and we can't drop off?
Yes, and I think we're going to have many more cases in the future, unfortunately. When you're just planning to do something and then that player tested positive, but then that positive, it was a false positive. we are trying to get used to it, get around it, and try to manage the situation as well as we can. And there's not much we can do, and we know that there is some uncertainties we cannot control at the moment.
Liverpool versus Arsenal, who gets to win this one? The fans are there talking all over social media, but then we will keep saying, may the best team win. And as I go, sad news that broke this morning in the world of entertainment. Chadwick Boseman passed on, the man who is popularly known for his role in the movie Black Panther. He passed on in the early hours of this morning. Quite a sad story, I must say. And one quote I always love, I always look forward to, I always make this my motto every day of my life. He said, the struggle along the way only shapes you for your purpose. From me, Udoka Njoku, I would say, may your soul continue to rest in peace, the man who will call the Black Panther. And I'm saying, Wakanda forever. Today's top stories are
and the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Yunus Bashorin Street where
the fire destroyed our transformer completely.
In a world of overwhelming voices, where everyone has something to say,
it is important that we bring the core issues to the fore.
As we lend our voices to inspire, inform, influence, and provoke your thoughts and action.
We want to hear these issues and know what you are saying. This is not just women talking.
It is an evocative program that touches the core of our existence.
We take on topics some may consider taboo and want to sweep under the carpet.
We understand that what touches one touches all. We know you have a lot to say, so let's hear you.
Many thanks for joining us on News on the Hour on Plus TV Africa. And here are the stories making the headlines, and I am Amaka Okoye. President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the deployment and redeployment of permanent secretaries in the civil service of the Federation. Folashade Yemi-Eson, head of the civil service of the Federation, made this known in a circular she signed and issued on Friday in Abuja. Those redeployed are Chinyaka Christian, deployed from the Federal Capital Territory to Ministry of Power with effect from August the 27th, and William Alu, redeployed from Ministry of Labor and Employment to the Ministry of Special Duties and Intergovernmental Affairs. Also redeployed are Olushade Adeshola from the Ministry of Niger Delta Affairs to the FCT with effect from August the 27th as well, and Esther Jack from the Ministry of Power to the Ministry of Water Resources with effect from September the 30th. Similarly, Akpan Sunday was redeployed from the Ministry of Mines and Steel Development to the Ministry of Science and Technology with effect from September the 30th as well, while Ernest Afolabi was redeployed from OHCSF to the Ministry of Works and Housing with effect from August the 27th. Also redeployed are Abel Aniton, Federal Civil Service Commission to the Ministry of Environment with effect from August the 27th, and Maurice Mbairi from the Ministry of Police Affairs to the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation with effect from September the 30th. Away from that now, Olumide Akpata, head Corporate and Commercial Practice Group, Templars Law Firm, was on Friday sworn in as the 30th president of the Nigerian Bar Association, NBA. He was sworn in by the former NBA president, Paul Usoro, at NBA's virtual annual general meeting. With the swearing-in ceremony, the Paul Usoro-led administration has now come to an end. Olumide Akpata, who was declared the winner of the NBA 2020 presidential election by the association's electoral committee on July the 31st, will now pilot the affairs of the association for the next 2 years. In his inaugural address, Akpata thanked all his supporters and urged all NBA members to have faith in his administration, which he promised would serve the interest of all. And on COVID-19 updates, Nigeria has recorded 160 more COVID-19 cases as the total infections have risen to 53,477. The Nigeria Center for Disease Control disclosed this on Friday night. According to the latest report, the new cases were recorded in Lagos, in the Federal Capital Territory and 13 other states. While Plateau topped the list with 44 cases, Lagos came second with 27 infections, followed by Katsina with 18. Edo has 15 and the FCT 14. Other states would include Ondo with 10, Oyo 9, Kwara 6, Abia and Nasarawa 4 each, Kano 3, Ekiti and Kaduna 2 each, Kebbi and Ogun 1 respectively. And the country has successfully managed 41,017 cases who have recovered from the virus and also discharged. In the news, we take our attention to Uganda, where its president, Yoweri Museveni, who has been in power for the last 34 years, is seeking to extend his tenure as he has expressed interest to run on the platform of the ruling party in the 2021 presidential election. Plus TV Africa correspondent Adebanke Odunuyi takes a look at the chances of this sit-tight leader.
Yoweri Museveni became the president of Uganda in 1986 and has been the president till today. Now he plans on running again in the upcoming 2021 presidential election. In a bid to unseat the long-time ruler, Ugandan activist Bobi Wine has launched a new political party through which he plans on running for the office of the president next year. However, Kizza Besigye, a long-time opposition leader who has run for president since 2001 in the country, has announced that he will not run against Museveni next year, saying he will seek democratic change by other means. Also, the Ugandan People's Congress, UPC, has declared that it will not be fielding a candidate in the upcoming election. This will be the second time in a row that the UPC refuses to take a shot at the presidency. Jimmy Akena, president of the UPC, had declined to run for presidency in 2016 general election. As the election draws near, many political analysts say it will be a miracle if Museveni is unseated. For Plus TV Africa, Adebanke Odunuyi.
Thank you, Adebanke Oduni, for that quick update. Now we have joining us from Uganda, Jackson Msigwa, who is the national coordinator of the Under 40 platform, a political pressure group mobilizing young people to fully participate in politics in Uganda. Thank you for being with us, Jackson.
Thank you for having me, Amaka.
Right. Now, President Yoweri Museveni has been in office since 1986, and a new generation of Ugandans have been calling for a political change in the upcoming 2021 elections. Is that change likely to happen, Jackson?
It depends. It's too early now to decide, actually, though we expect these elections, first of all, not to be free and fair due to the fact that they'll be scientific in nature. And you see, we are used to open campaigning. And so when you tell people to adopt to this model of election where people don't have to gather, people cannot be allowed to, move freely and interact with the voters, it makes this election quite complicated. But then, getting back to your question, it's possible that this government can be changed in 2021. But then it will depend on how different political players, especially the opposition, organize themselves. As you stated it earlier, Dr. Besigye is not contesting again. He's a very big political figure here. He has been in this thing for almost now 20 years. And so you cannot put him out completely, though he's not contesting. Bobi Wine, though we may question his political experience and a few other things, he has motivated young people. He attracts a big group of young people who make 75% of the total voters. And so it will depend on how opposition organizes themselves, on maybe forming coalitions. But then this is now, it's too early to tell if it will be possible. But then if opposition can front one candidate, now that Dr. Besigye is out, UPC is not fronting a presidential candidate, I hope that Bobi Wine can convince other opposition political leaders to join him, and then maybe we could make Museveni fail to raise the 51% in this election.
All right. You mentioned there that you have 75% of, the young people engaging in politics. Therefore, it looks like there's a shift already. Now, but this pattern of sitting tight in office is common. I mean, in Africa, like we said earlier, Yoweri is 34 years there as a president. What do you think is responsible for this, if I may ask you?
I think it's mostly because of the nature of our politics. Most of these leaders have come into power through military coups or through the power of the gun. So it's not easy to push someone out of an office through an election if that person came in through military coup or undemocratic means. So it's I think because of that most of these African leaders cling to power using military resources, military means. For example, here in Uganda, President Museveni came in 1986 through, through military means. So, yes, we may have elections, but, the influence of the army, the role of the army in these elections cannot be put out. And it's because of that most of these leaders use these very officers to, grip on power. And I believe that we need to change this trend and adopt to democratic systems so that we can have, fair elections where people come in, through democratic means.
Right. All right, Jackson. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Uganda's Electoral Commission has put forward a plan which, prohibits most in-person campaigning. Instead, it's requiring that candidates rely most exclusively on media outlets to pitch themselves to voters. How effective do you think this campaigning method would be?
Most opposition candidates have been protesting this, kind of campaigning, because as I said earlier, if you're not allowing people to meet, and there are so many factors that really determine people's decision in an election. They need to interact with the candidate. They need to, see the candidate physically. So when you tell people to only campaign scientifically, it doesn't work out. But, as I told you, that the president is free in charge, is the one who controls the Electoral Commission, is the one who controls the judiciary, he's basically in charge of everything. The opposition is not in for this scientific election, but then if the Electoral Commission has decided so, then there is an option for opposition.
All right, Jackson, before I let you go, Uganda has experienced the highest spike in violent disorder, the country has faced in over a decade. Much of these also involved instances in which the state targeted civilians, like the arrest and torture of opposition member of parliament known as Bobby Wine, that's Robert, in 2018. Will this not cause voters apathy?
As I told you earlier, the role of the army in the elections here in Uganda is very paramount. And so the state uses the army to, entrench itself. And so we don't expect anything different from the previous elections. You've seen violence before. We haven't seen any confirmation that we won't have violence. But then this is the nature of our elections. As I told you earlier, the president entrenches himself through the military, through the police and other security agencies. So we expect him to do the same. But then when you see Honorable Kyagulanyi trying to, use some kind of violent ways, it's because it's the only option available. I told you these people never wanted scientific election, but then the state dictated that we must have a scientific election. And from my look of things, the opposition will kind of defy this and organize some rallies. And so we expect violence in this election. But then, again, with Honorable Kyagulanyi, he motivates young people. And controlling young people, controlling that excitement, stopping them from, seeing him, I don't think the state will be able to, do so. But then I'm very sure they will deploy, there will be violence, and we don't expect a peaceful election in 2021.
Oh, well, that's quite unfortunate to say that you don't expect a peaceful election in 2021. Jackson, thank you so very much for your time. Do keep safe out there as well.
Thank you, Amaka.
Right. And the news continues. Still in Uganda, 10 children have been killed in a lightning strike while sheltering from a storm during a football game in northern Uganda. Police said this on Friday. Josephine, police spokeswoman, said the boys aged 11 to 16 had been sheltering from a storm in a makeshift structure in Arua City, which is the northwest of the capital, in Kampala, on Thursday when this happened. According to the police, the young boys had been playing football when rain began to fall and lightning struck them. The children were sheltering from the rain in a grass-thatched house when the lightning struck on Thursday evening, and 4 other children were injured as well. The spokeswoman said relatives have been picking up the bodies from the mortuary since yesterday, and the burials are taking place from today. Deadly lightning is commonly reported in the East African country during the wet season. She advised schools to fix lightning arresters, and Uganda National Meteorological Authority recently warned of enhanced rainfall. Joining us to talk about this is Raymond Mujuni. He's an investigative journalist based in Uganda. Thank you, Raymond, for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Now, deadly lightning is commonly reported in Uganda. I'm wondering what can be done to protect homes, especially in villages, apart from, installing the thunder arresters. What else can be done?
I think that what has been done by government is having a meteorological authority consistently issue rain alerts, particularly when it's going to be heavy rainfall. and urging populations in those areas to be on the lookout for possibly lightning that might come. Of course, lightning, like all the other events, is an unmatched event. It's not an event that announces itself. So just letting the populations know that the rainfall will be coming, particularly in areas where it's going to be hard and strong and heavy, and knowing that there might be incidents of lightning, then the population can prepare itself. But of course, the lightning arresters are another way of fighting back. Lightning arresters cost about $3. Not many families can afford that away from the capital city. And where this lightning happened is about 350 kilometers from the capital city. So that's also another conversation to get into. Maybe have local innovations for lightning arresters that are not as expensive as $3 in the capital city.
I mean, you just took the question out from my mouth, because I was going to say, how affordable and accessible are these lightning arresters? And in the event that they are not as affordable as you have mentioned, what option is the average Ugandan left with?
Yeah, that's another question to look at very broadly. When you look at the household earnings away from the city center, they're down to about $15 a month. So if a family has to spend $3 on a lightning arrester, that's something that could be a major spending for them. But what can be done are local innovations. In many towns around the country, there are local innovations for steel plating, which creates for lightning arresters. So maybe time is ripe for us to start to explore and have local innovations for lightning arresters other than the expensive ones that are sold in the capital city.
Right. I mean, it's unfortunate to hear that these young people, died from that experience, experience rather yesterday. But I'm just wondering, how informed are the people? Even though Uganda National Meteorological Authority is warning of enhanced rainfall, how is the country bracing for this at a bigger level? And the people, how well informed and prepared and ready are they for this sort of information, expecting this to happen in the near future?
So rainfall has dire straits, particularly in our country. In the eastern part of the country, normally leads to mudslides, landslides, and over the last 10 years, families have been asked to move from areas where mudslides happen and come to the field and plains. In the western part of the country, rainfall particularly affects the planting seasons. And we are an agricultural country, so if planting seasons are affected, then people's incomes are affected thereafter. What's been happening over the years has been consistently urging people to prepare themselves for large rainfall, but also start to prepare themselves for any eventualities that might come from that rainfall. We are perhaps one of the few countries in Africa where we have a ministry for disaster preparedness. There's a whole ministry dedicated towards averting potential disaster coming from rainfall. And of course, we are in the rain belt. This country is the place where the equator crosses. So we have rains almost every annual seasons. So the best thing that's been happening is having a meteorological authority, let people know what's coming, and then having a disaster prepared ministry to deal with whatever disaster might come out of the rain. But also you have local innovations, like I've told you. You have very many populations which have found some local innovations to deal with the rainfall. In the east, like I've told you, people know now to know when the rainfall is coming and move away from areas where mudslides would have happened. So they have early warning systems that they use. In the west, like I've told you, there are local innovations for lightning arresters. There are local innovations for collecting rainfall and using that water towards other purposes like irrigation. And maybe more of those innovations might help the country moving forward.
Indeed. We look forward to seeing more of those innovations. Thank you so very much, Raymond Mujuni, for your time, and do keep safe out there as well.
Thank you so much.
All right, former Minister of Aviation Femi Fani-Kayode has rendered an apology to a journalist for the verbal harassment he meted out during a recent press conference in Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Fani-Kayode also apologized to the Nigerian Union of Journalists, family members and friends and colleague of the Daily Trust reporter Charles Eyo. Speaking on Friday during a press conference at the government house in Uyo, the ex-minister said he disappointed himself and everyone, noting that his reaction was undefendable.
Nobody funds me for anything. As a leader, you make sacrifices. As a leader, you spend your own resources. And that's what I've always done since I've been in this game for the last, since 1990. I've been in politics, just as my father was before me, just as my grandfather was before me. And we make sacrifices. Nobody funds me. And let me tell you why it's important, or bankrolls me. Let me tell you why it's important that that doesn't happen. The minute you're being funded or bankrolled by anybody, you cannot speak your mind. Of course I have regrets. It was not my finest day. It was not my finest performance. And I lost control. I was annoyed. And I allowed my anger to becloud my better judgment. And I did it in a way that, at that point, I really didn't care who was listening. If you remember, I said, look, let the cameras be rolling. I just don't care. Nobody, no leader should get to that point. And it was, I disappointed myself, my family. I disappointed my friends, my leaders, those that brought me into, or really trained me and brought me into the public limelight and into public office, like President Obasanjo and so many others who I revere. I disappointed myself, so I deeply regret it. Nobody at any time should react in such a way.
Away from that, mosques reopened in Egypt on Friday for the first time since March to accommodate Friday prayers as the government eased restrictions to curb the spread of COVID-19. Egypt closed mosques and banned public gatherings in March to contain the spread of COVID-19, but gradually eased restrictions in June and July when coronavirus infections started to decrease. Mosques reopened for the first time late June with strict health and safety protocols, but worshippers were not allowed to perform the Friday prayer, which usually sees the highest turnout. Cairo's historic Al-Azhar Mosque opened its doors to scores of worshippers, including men and women, even non-Egyptians. And to the foreign news now, where Jacob Blake, the African-American shot 7 times in the back by police in the U.S. state of Wisconsin, has been handcuffed to his hospital bed, his family has confirmed. Blake was paralyzed by the shooting, and it is not clear if he will recover. Police in Kenosha told the BBC that he was in custody for previous warrants and the handcuffs were part of the policy.
Guilty! Guilty! Racism against Trayvon Martin. We find him guilty. Guilty. Racism against George Floyd. We find him guilty. Guilty. Racism against Jacob Blake. Come on. Abdul Dawala. If I said the name wrong, Allah forgive me. Guilty. Guilty.
I wish George were here to see this right now. That's who I'm marching for. I'm marching for George, for Brianna, for Ahmaud, for Jacob, for Pamela Turner, for Michael Brown, Trayvon, and anybody else who lost their lives or are too evil. Man. As of now, everybody out here right now, our leaders, they need to follow us while we're marching to enact laws to protect us. Man, it's hard, man.
What we need is change, and we're at a point where we can get that change, but we have to stand together. We have to vote.
Quite unfortunate indeed. And away from that to the business news. The National Bureau of Statistics said on Friday that the foreign capital flows into Nigeria fell by 78% to $1.29 billion in the second quarter of this year from $5.85 billion in the first quarter. The MBS, in its capital importation report for second quarter of 2020, said the total value of capital importation into the country in the period represented a decrease of 77.88% compared to the first quarter of 2020 and 78.60% in the second quarter of 2019. It said foreign direct investment, which accounted for 11.47% of the total capital imported into the country, fell by 30.65% to $148.59 million from $214.25 million in the first quarter of 2020. That's it in business. And still ahead will be the entertainment news.
Quality wire, and quality cables. Quality cables. Quality wire, quality cables. Coleman will light up your life, brothers. It's original quality wire. Wait there, can't pay. Cable for any type of project. Light up your life, light up your house. Coleman won't light up your life. Coleman, who be the master for cable? Coleman, who be the master for wire? Coleman, original quality cable. When you feature for any kind of project. Coleman, original quality, durable, trustable.
And on a sad note, on the entertainment news, Chadwick Boseman, the star of Black Panther, passed away on Friday after a 4-year battle with colon cancer. His passing was confirmed through a statement posted on his social media. According to the statement, the actor was diagnosed with stage 3 colon cancer in 2016 and battled with it as it progressed to stage 4. Chadwick Boseman passed away at his home with his wife and family by his side. The actor never spoke publicly about his diagnosis. Boseman's career first exploded with his portrayals of Black American icons Jackie Robinson and James Brown. He is survived by his wife and family. And may God rest him. And that's it on entertainment. The very best in sports comes up right after this break. Stay with us. And in the sports news, Naomi Osaka said on Friday she never thought her call for racial justice would garner the attention it did, as she does not want to be called brave for taking a stand that led to a one-day stoppage at this week's US Open tune-up event in New York. The 22-year-old Japanese had initially said she would not play her Thursday semifinal in a bid to spark a conversation about racism following the police shooting of a black man in Wisconsin last week. Officials then suspended that day's matches, and on Friday, Osaka walked on the court for her semifinal wearing a T-shirt with a picture of a clenched fist and the words "Black Lives Matter" on the front. The tennis player said she thought the reaction to her stance was something more reserved for some of the game's bigger names like Roger Federer, Rafa Nadal, Novak Djokovic, and Serena Williams.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's definitely a bit eye-opening, but in an odd way, because I only previously thought like the big three and Serena would have that type of power. But also at the same time, I recognize the fact that maybe the WTA and ATP wanted to do something like this, but they needed a push from a player to do something like this. So maybe I was sort of their, that one player. But yeah, I think it's definitely really cool of them to do this and for them to be open to changing for social issues. Honestly, when I posted it, I just thought it would make rounds in the tennis circle. I wasn't aware the reach that it would get. So if I'm being completely honest, it was a bit frightening for me, and I had to turn off my phone because I get really anxious whenever I see people talking about me. But then honestly, I did put myself in that situation, so that was kind of stupid. But Yeah, I would just say I didn't expect the response that I got.
And that's it in sports and also a news roundup of events at this hour. For more news and updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, on Twitter and Instagram. And remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel, which is at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back again with more stories making the headlines. Join us again. I am Amaka Okoye saying, have yourselves a great day ahead of you. You're probably wondering what I am doing standing on a farm. Well, this is where we are telling our story for this episode of Not Your 9 to 5. We feature a seasoned expert in oil and gas, and after 10 years of service in oil and gas, left everything completely to become a farmer. And indeed, she is the owner of this farm from where we are filming and talking today.
My name is Nkiro Kwarike. I'm the CEO of EnviroGrow Farms. EnviroGrow Farms was set up to grow vegetables for the high-end supermarkets. And around that time too, my business partner Meraba was rounding up her program too. And we're deciding what to come and do when we come back to Nigeria. And then we thought about agriculture because we realized something. Everybody must eat. Even if you're sick, you must eat. Even if you don't go to school, you must eat. Even if you don't have a roof over your head, food is a constant in everybody's life. And that was the time that the big supermarkets were coming to set up and they were not getting the kind of vegetables they needed. Or even if they did, they were importing it and we felt that was not right. Why should they be importing things that we can easily grow in this country? So we decided to set up EnviroGrow Farms. We'll have the biggest freestanding greenhouse in Lagos State. It's a 5,000 square meters greenhouse. Climate control, we'll have fans, we'll turn on when the temperature becomes hot. We'll have black shade nets, we'll pull over when everywhere becomes very sunny. And we're growing bell peppers. We'll grow bell peppers, we'll grow chili peppers, we'll grow a lot of things, and tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, beefsteak tomatoes, we'll grow everything in this greenhouse. Then we decided to expand further and we started now growing sweet corn in the open field. We're one of the biggest producers of sweet corn in Lagos at the moment, supplying the biggest stores. We produce up to 1.2 tons weekly of sweet corns and we can't even meet the demand of what we're doing. After I had done 10 years in ExxonMobil, I had done a lot of projects. I have moved around, I had lived in the US, France, Singapore, working on projects. I felt really I have done enough and I wanted to be an employee of labor. I wanted to create value and also hire people and do something for the economy. So I guess farming kind of naturally happened and I went into it. Yes, everybody always wonder, why do you have to leave ExxonMobil? They pay well and the rest, but we can't always work for somebody all the time. And what I always tell them is that the strength of a country meantime depends on the entrepreneurs. The more entrepreneurs they are, creating value and hiring people, the more robust the economy is. When I was working, I was paid. The highest people I had, maybe I had 2 or 3 domestic staff working for me, but I wasn't adding value to the economy. But as a farmer now, I'm adding more value. I'm an employer of labor, I'm paying salaries, we're just increasing the economy. And we're doing the major things that what we're growing is doing import substitution, especially with now that dollar is rising. So we're using dollar for really important things like medications and machineries we don't have, and not buying food we can easily grow in this country. What we have here are bell peppers, capsicums. They're called sweet bell peppers, they are called bell peppers. They take about 90 days to grow. We'll use seeds. These seeds are not indigenous to the country, so we'll have to keep importing seeds. So we'll use what we call hybrid seeds. not GMO. Please note, hybrid seeds. These seeds, when you plant them, they all grow green. At 75 days, they are this color. They are green. This is the way it is after 75 days. Then the ones that are yellow or the ones that are red, they start turning. If you notice, this one is looking greenish red. In the next couple of days, it will be full red, nearly full red as this one here. So this is what happens to the peppers. 75 days, the peppers are already green. You can harvest them, which is the one most people are used to. But the ones that are colored, you give them another 15 days, they turn to either yellow, to red or to orange, depending on the seeds. And we use hybrid seeds. So these are seeds that give you high performance, but they are not genetically modified seeds. We use this dust to protect the greenhouse, because the greenhouse is supposed to be a protected environment. So insects, rats, and all other things don't come in. So that way we use less chemicals. If we protect this place, we use less pesticides and the rest to keep them away when they come in. All right, so now let me take you to the open field where we'll grow sweet corn. Outside in the open field, we'll plant sweet corn. We'll have them at different stages. So we'll plant every week and we'll harvest every week. So that way we guarantee supply to our customers that will sell sweet corn to. Most people always say which one is sweet corn, which one is maize. They are two different. Sweet corn is the one typically that we use to make fried rice. They are smaller, they are sweeter. It's actually by the sweetness, and they are much softer. The maize is a local maize I will know. Actually abroad, nobody actually eats the maize. They actually use those ones for feed. That's what they use to make feed for animals and for other things. It's actually called industrial corn. Nobody consumes it. So we're actually trying to see if we can also push people from eating maize to here. So there's enough maize for our poultry, especially now that the government has even banned importation of maize by getting dollars from CBN. Challenges is practically all the inputs we use. We use drip irrigation. No company makes drip irrigation. This is what we use. So basically, the corn we farm, we are not dependent on rain. Actually, rain is even a big problem for us, because what the corn actually needs more is sunlight. With drip irrigation, we'll have water, giving the corn water all year round. So we're not a rain-fed farm. We'll have boreholes that give us water. So every input we use in the farm is imported. The drip irrigations, they're imported. The fertilizers, they're imported. The seeds, they're imported. So we're exposed to dollar in everything. And though government keeps talking about support to agriculture grants, it's a Herculean task to get those grants. It keeps going to the normal people. Your bank will tell you to get bank guarantee, to get the property. If I had a property, why will I need to come and get guarantee from you? I'll just go to the bank and get my grants. So the biggest thing also, because most of the biggest asset farmers have is their land. Many of us don't have the papers to our land because of the stress of getting land certification. So that way we can't even unlock loans or grants we can use to build our farms. So cash, inputs is a major and then technical support. We don't have enough technical support. Normally abroad, you also have government having what they call technical support services that come and support farmers. We don't have. I used to have an agronomist I was paying dollars to live here and support this farm. And when dollar kept going up, it became unsustainable for me because I couldn't increase my prices and it had to go back. We don't have a technical support from federal ministry or from state ministry. We have to do everything practically ourselves. We don't have lights. I run a generator practically 8 hours every day to be able to do drip irrigation for the farm. We don't have power anywhere. Even when there's power close by, they still tell you to buy your transformer. So everything we do on the farm, we're getting money from other places to sustain the operations.
My name is Okpire Peter, and I'm the manager of Enviro Group Farms. I've been working with Ms. Opareke for the past 5 years, and it has been so great from the aspect of the bell pepper, the greenhouse, and the open field sweet corn. At first, I didn't start as a farm manager. I started as a worker, and right now I'm the manager. So I think I've learned a lot of things from the agronomists we first employed and from Ms. Opareke herself.
Imagine holding this, planting it, and months after, you say this. And then by the time you harvest it, it's on people's table and they are wondering, wow, they can't even know the genesis of where it started, how small the seeds are giving them this thing is. Those are the joys we farmers have. Being able to put something in the soil and with the right environment and the food growing and having it on the table and the joys people have when they eat this food and you know this is from the works of your hand. Walking into a supermarket and seeing people touching your product and so excited and not believing that these things are grown in Nigeria. These are the excitement. Being an employer of labor, knowing that people's lives or livelihood depend on me, being able to provide, being able to make sure that dollar is not used for what it shouldn't be used for, things we can actually grow here. Yes, they are challenging, but there's nothing like food production. The joy of most farmers actually is just that knowing that when I plant this and rain comes and sunlight comes, I produce food that can feed people. Without food, a nation doesn't go anywhere. Food security is a major problem. That was even why during the COVID that they had to say people who were supplying food had to come out because we're essential services. Those are some of the joys we have in agriculture. Nurturing something, watching it grow, seeing it on the table and seeing people eat it and seeing the joy it gives them knowing that this thing came out from your farm. This area is a yam. We grow yams here too, but this is actually not for commercial, it's not commercial production. These are what we grow for my staff. We all grow the yam and we share and we give them as gifts to people. But this yam, you can see how lush these leaves are. So you can imagine the size of the yams. Sometimes we'll harvest 2 to 5 tons of yams from the things we grow on the farm, but it's not for commercial growth at the moment. Will I go back to 9 to 5? You have walked around the farm with me. You have seen the expanse of space. You have seen the breath of air we enjoy. We have seen the greenery of this. If you were me and I ask you, will you go back? I wouldn't go back. This is my life now. I enjoy it. It's not your regular 9 to 5, but I put food on the table. I make a difference. I'm supporting the economy. I'm an employer of labor, but most importantly, we're making sure that the millions of people we have in Nigeria are fed. That is the most important part of my job, and I will not change it for anything.
And straight from the farm to this art gallery, where we'll be talking to Archie Abia Godwin, who left the worlds of international relations and history to follow his passion as an artist. He left everything to do with history and international relations. And here we are today to speak with him.
My name is Archie Abia Godwin. I'm an historian and international public relations. I deviated from that into art to be able to make a living. And when I started art about 25 years ago. I started with bone collage, where I would go to abattoir, get cow horn, pieces it. First of all, I should have a concept, what I want to do. Sketch it on paper, then pieces the cow horn and place it on the surface. That medium of art, I call it bone collage. I place it on board, but as time goes on, I now move it from board to canvas. And I realized that some of my collectors complain of the duty they pay because the bone collage was heavy. And I now went back to the Holy Spirit, because it is the Holy Spirit that inspired me to come into art. What should I do? And again, also, I was limited by the different colors of cow horn. I now decided to, like I said, I now decided to go to the Holy Spirit and pray about it. And he now gave me what I am doing now. I call it graven art. I started with trying to use art to propagate the gospel of Jesus Christ. It was the Holy Spirit that inspired me into art. And I've been doing that for a couple of times. Time to time, I deviate to environment, the things around me. Even I use my art to talk about government. There are things that government do right. There are some things government do wrong. As a society, we should be able to see what they are doing right and what they are doing wrong. Because I have come to realize that one challenge that we have in this society is we don't have people that are creative in the corridor of power. And that is why you see us continue to dance around the same. This one will come, this one will go, this one. We need creative people, which in my own little street, I've been able to come up from time to time to ask myself, what is the next step to go? And at this moment, I'm doing what, like I said, graven art, graven oil painting. When I graved the material on canvas, I will now apply oil. It depends on what inspires me. Like the work that we are going to see, I call that work, I title it, When I See the Blood, I Will Pass Over. That work took me almost 6 months to be able to come to what my spirit said, yes, this is it. But some other works will take me 1 week, 2 weeks. Sometimes I don't think any works of art will take me less than 1 week, because I will do it and I will keep it and even call some people to come and criticize it and be able to tell me before I can push it out. This is a typical traditional dance from Efik, Cross River. I titled this one, Mbobo. It is when they finished circumcision and these other women will come out and dance. And you can see how colorful they are. This is graven art. I graven this material on canvas and now prime it and now put the final painting. But ordinary painting, you don't see all these things. You just paint directly on the surface.
Okay, so explain this part more closely.
This one I'm trying to let the people know. This is what we used to have. And some other people, if you go to, because I'm a village man, if you go to some other villages, you will see this is the means of transport, bicycle. But you can see this man, I should tell you, Nigerians are very hard-working people. You can see this man, you can see the load. He is coming from another village to another village. And I want to tell Nigerians that, I want to tell the world that Nigerians are hard-working people. That is the message here. You can see the load. You can see the distance from there, two of them, not being afraid of anything. This one, abundance of water. You can see in some places is a reverse that I'm saying. You see Lagos State, how many, I can ask you, how many houses has Lagos State government has provide water? You are the one that provide water by yourself. But this one, I am speaking in future that water is going to be in abundance in this nation. You can see the people, and they are very happy going. This one talks about all these Malam people. They are very hard. Like I said, Nigerians are very hard-working people. Instead for him to sit down and look for who is going to give him, and he is the one, Boki, doing his watermelon. What I said, the challenges that I have, which some other artists also is experiencing, is low patronage, 1, 2. The government should be able to put a fund to help artists. In some other countries, government do get, like one of my artist friends in Boston, they have an estate for artists, visual artists and artists alone. Even when they couldn't pay the rent, they will come and look at their work, quantify their works and take it. But such things, they don't happen here. And I can still remember the National Art Gallery during some 10 years ago or so. They used to collect artworks from Nigerian artists and exhibit abroad, which the thing is lacking. The government should be able to expose